Et bonsoir, bonsoir. Alors que le Covid m'a laissé tranquille depuis peu, eh ben j'ai attrapé froid et j'ai mal à la gorge. Du coup, je me nourris à base de miel durant toute la journée. Donc, merci les abeilles, hein. Sans vous, je souffrirais le martyre. Capture d'écran, hop. Ce qui fait que ce soir, je suis pas du tout en état, à mon avis, pour du RP. Ce qui fait que, bah, hop. Continuer. Du coup, je vais continuer The Council plutôt. Puis bah tant pis, alors que moi j'essayais de faire du RP un jour sur deux, bah là, Bison va avoir une petite absence. J'espère que ça demain, quoi qu'il arrive, il n'y aura pas de stream parce que je regarderai le match de foot. Là, ce soir, je regarde que les matchs de la France. L'autre
Reassure
match
me,
de
we
soir, je
aren't
m'en
going to
fous.
have to force that one, are we?
Et puis bah je
I
le dis, il y a
don't
peut-être
think
du
we're
RP.
even capable of doing it. You're going to have to find a way to open it.
Why, of course. And what's inside?
Et
Something
Jiraya.
to vanquish them with?
Perfect. So, how does it open?
We'll need several keys. I found a note from the architect who conceived the mechanism in Mortimer's secret study. We have to first gather 6 objects before we try anything.
Are your 6 objects the key?
Six objects.
Exactly. We
Là, il
have
y a
the
écrit
Clement
5.
III cross, the nails, the Gutenberg Bible, the exegesis of Judas, an armillary sphere, and all we need to match up the dates between the different calendars.
Et 6. En gros, dans la traduction. Et salut Léo, comment ça va?
Why a cross?
Well, I haven't the foggiest idea, but it just so happens that's what you are going to use to activate the mechanism. I found the one Mortimer kept. It belonged to Cardinal Guibert, better known by the name of Pope Clement III.
J'ai mal à la gorge, j'ai dû
Where is
attraper
it?
froid hier.
Unfortunately, I've lost it. When I lost my hand, I
allons
went dashing
bosser.
out, and it must have fallen
Encore un
from my
avantage du
pocket.
télétravail, on ne tombe pas malade au moins.
Remember, Mother, I'm certain you can remember.
Let me
Claire,
think.
température ressentie, il y avait
running?
moins 9
I
aujourd'hui
was
chez moi.
bleeding to death.
You remember the pain?
I thought I was going to faint. Yes, I remember. I don't think it can be far, can it?
Would you have lost it outside?
No, I don't think so. It must be in the area. I don't remember going up with it.
Perfect. I'll search the crypt before leaving.
Ok, ça c'est bon.
Some nails?
Don't ask me. I'm not the one who made the mechanism, you know. When I arrived, there were already a few of them inserted, so I didn't have to worry about those. On the other hand,
Ouais,
I
on sait toujours pas
remember
pourquoi
seeing some
elle a
in
pu
Mortimer's
aucune
secret
main.
study, behind his
Pas
nightmare.
voulu nous le dire encore.
In a golden cup? Yes. Yes, I saw them too.
Perfect. It will be easy for you to find them then. You need 3 of them.
Very well.
You remember what to do about the rollers. 1191 to enter, and 6466 to exit.
Of course. Exegesis. Anything else?
Did you manage to vanquish the Medusa?
To open the chimney? Yes, absolutely.
So you've already come across it. It's the Bible of Judas that is exposed in the secret room behind the chimney.
Why do they call it an exegesis?
Because that's what it is, and not an apocryphal Bible, strictly speaking. It's the study of a text with a summary, not an actual Bible. Anyway, well done for the Gorgon. You did well. You didn't get tricked by the light bouncing back.
Thanks.
Ouais, quand même.
Do you think I can take it safely?
We haven't got a choice, Louis. Without it, we won't be able to work out this cursed mechanism.
There's one in the portrait gallery.
That's right.
You still
donc,
believe it's in the
répondre.
tower room, don't you?
I
Mon
don't know.
intérieur, ah
There is
oui.
only one way to
Moi, ça
find
fait un
out.
moment que j'ai allumé le chauffage
Right.
quand même là.
I shall go and see.
Ah, j'ai 19,4. Ma pièce.
There's one in the portrait gallery.
Yes, but it's enormous. If you don't want to have to go back and forth several times, then I suggest you get a smaller one.
What did you do then?
I didn't think I'd need one. I started without one, and I lost my hand before I did need one.
C'est ça qui fait
And you can
x9
see the
au
result.
niveau du prix.
What do you mean by the concordance of dates exactly?
Don't worry about that.
Ah, la
We
vache,
already
oui.
have them. They are written on the back of the
Sacrée
message I just
augmentation, là,
gave
oui.
you. One last thing before you go. Be very careful. If you come across anyone, they can all potentially be spies of Mortimer or Holm. Don't ever confide in anyone because a demon can slip inside them at any moment.
Wait, not all of them though. Take Washington.
Especially Washington. He's been conditioned by Mortimer for years. Look at them, for crying out loud. How do you explain their behavior otherwise? The most influential politicians in the Western world gather together without
Ouais,
the
mais
least
ça
protection,
chauffe à quoi, là?
without a single aid to assist them,
1500
to
balles de chauffage,
participate in a conference during which the guests start dropping like flies. Me, Adams, Peru, Hillsborough. Look at the number of calamities that have happened over the past few days. And not
bah, c'est ça,
one
c'est
of them has asked to leave the island? Do you find that normal? You'll see. Go up to the manor to look for the keys.
Utiliser une
and
ressource
I
qui vient que
wager
de Kherson en
not one of
Ukraine,
them
là, le
will
truc,
speak
on a
to
du
you
mal à
about
s'approvisionner
my
en ce
being in
moment.
Emily's room.
Do you think so?
Go on, you'll see. And come back with all the objects in one go. Time is against us. And remember, the code to get out of the secret office is 6646.
Bah oui, mais du coup, je peux en lire 3, mais j'ai que 2 bouquins sur moi. Merde. Il me manque des pages, fait chier! Exactement. Faut du bordel.
Let's see if I can work it out myself. It looks like a kind of control panel. It looks like certain mechanisms I've seen before. I wouldn't be surprised if I had to put the claim of the third cross in it. Tell me, Mother, you wouldn't know anything that might save me some time, would you?
That's where you'll have to put the Clement III cross. You insert the cross into the slot, and it will open the iris.
Ok.
You ought to go, Louis. If someone finds us here, the situation might well become seriously complicated.
Hop. Viens ici. Et donc, que des pièces.
Famous cross of Clement III. Perfect. A ruble.
Bon, déjà, on a un élément. Ouais, tu vas chercher les points de chaîne. Mace. Oh, j'en utilise un moment, parce qu'il y en a un en stock ici. Et un ding. Chose là. Ça va être le soir des 50K chez Bi. Je suis dans son bureau, là. Il est toute la demeure, là. Voyons. C'est des heures à fouiller toute la zone. Je suis perdu! On a commencé à passer le portage de Parpin. Là, tu nous as fait un joli mur. Voilà. Bonne milice encore. Bien, Waouh, trop bien. Ça change. Ça y est, t'es dans ton vrai travail, là. Ici, non, il n'y a pas de chemin par là, d'accord. Là, je vais vraiment devoir fouiller le moindre recoin, j'ai l'impression. Merde, il y a mon point de départ, comme un con. Ok, bon.
Right. It's definitely an armillary sphere, but I have to find one that I can take with me. Otherwise, I risk drawing too much attention to my comings and goings.
Oui,
Now,
non, c'est sûr que c'est
where
un
can I
peu
find a
gros à
smaller
travailler.
one? Right. Let's see if the statues are in place yet.
Ils ont tout déplacé, ils ont tout remis.
That statue is not positioned correctly. Open sesame.
Alors, mais était où la Bible? L'évangile selon Judas.
Now, given all the relics preserved here, it wouldn't surprise me if Mortimer claimed it's Caesar's laurel wreath. If Mortimer really is what my mother says he is, it could mean... No, that's impossible. No, not Caesar. So that's the exegesis of Judas. I hope Mortimer doesn't read it very often, otherwise he's going to notice that someone's stolen it. But that's just too bad. I need it. So that's Pandora's box? An urn? Mother seemed worried that I was able to open it. I wonder why. Never mind. Right. I've got what I need. Now let's not waste any more time. The Song of Roland. Roland feeleth his death is near, his brain is oozing by either ear.
Caché dans son bureau, ok. Celle de la tour. Un peu où c'est, moi.
With his brain oozing, it's remarkable that he can feel anything.
Pourquoi ça a fait cling là? Merde alors.
Chronicles of the Amber Princes. As I recall, Dorkin was my favorite character.
Ah tiens, quelqu'un. Je l'ai même pas vu.
Not too shocked
I beg your pardon?
about Peru this morning. I asked you if you weren't too shocked by it all.
Yes, of course. I still can't believe it.
And neither can I. How could he do that to us? There are increasingly fewer and fewer of us on Mortimer's side. I don't see at all how we are going to win the conference.
Tell me. I was wondering. You wouldn't know where to find an armillary sphere, would you?
Do you really think this is the right time? Oh, ask Volner. I am sure he will know. What with him being passionate about astronomy, you ought to get on fine together. Leave me now. I need to think of a solution.
I won't keep you any longer. See you later, monsieur.
Ok, là on est dans la salle principale.
What can I do for you, sir? I am at your
Merci,
service
Bee.
day and night, sir.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Merci pour le follow Alien Ciseaux. Si chaud, je sais pas comment le prononcer. Et bienvenue à vous. J'ai passé un peu sur ton stream tout à l'heure, Bi. Le moral était pas là. C'était tristouné à voir. Comment vous allez tout le monde? Est-ce que vous êtes frigorifiés comme moi? Ah, moi, alors que je sors à peine du Covid, j'ai attrapé froid quand j'ai la gorge en feu.
Are you joking or what?
Et merci Chrome pour le
You
10e
send me
mois.
pipe dreams about
J'étais low post,
Mortimer's project,
un de
and
mes
a few
4
hours later,
streamers préférés
one
en
of your allies
2022.
completely breaks down. Is this what Mortimer's side is all about? What am I going to do now?
Des bises à toi aussi. J'espère que le moral va revenir rapidement. Attendez, lui c'est quoi sa faiblesse? Good œil. Manipulation et occultisme. Il y a ça. Non, il n'y a pas. Mais oui, on s'inquiète pas, nous, pour toi. C'est que tu vas nous revenir pimpant.
Come now, my Lord Duke. You know very well that at this level, things can get pretty rough. You ought to be used to it. Rest assured, Lord Mortimer has bounced back before. It's not an issue.
What can I do for you?
I'm dreaming. My mother was right. He's not going to tell me one word about what happened to Emily. To tell you the truth, I'm in search of an armillary sphere. You wouldn't know where I can find it, would you?
Well, well. So you do have a passion for astronomy.
Du coup, ce soir, il y a
Von
aucun
Vollmer
participant
has
qui a été
already
bouffé
bored
par un
me quite
ours.
enough with all of his
Alone.
endless stories. You ought to concentrate, Louis. Politics is an art that requires all one's attention. Refrain from spreading yourself too thin, and leave stargazing to the poets.
What can I say? I'm only...
Ask Volner. I am sure he must have it among his effects.
Perfect. Thank you, my Lord Duke.
Leave me now.
Proche.
See you later.
Ah, il y a bien une année où il y en a un qui s'est fait bouffer quand même. À chaque fois, ils sont pas loin, là. vraiment reparcourir tout, tout le château, quoi. Ah, bah c'est pas mal ça déjà. J'aime bien l'idée. Après, est-ce que les candidats jouent bien leur fire? Important ça. Je suis revenu ici? Merde. Là, j'ai déjà fait un tour complet là. Bon, bah, demi-tour, et puis on va passer à l'étage supérieur. Donc là, je recherche des objets en devant parcourir le château que j'ai déjà parcouru. Le souci étant que les objets, je ne sais pas où ils sont. Enfin, il y en a deux, il m'indique où ils sont, et le troisième, juste, faut que je trouve un des participants au colloque pour lui demander s'il l'a vu, parce qu'ils m'orientent tous vers le même mec. Donc faut que je trouve un gars et 2 pièces déjà visitées. Mais ce truc, c'est un labyrinthe. Heureusement que les temps de chargement entre chaque salle ne sont pas trop longs. C'est pas comme le premier Resident Evil sur PlayStation, où chaque ouverture de porte t'attendait 2 minutes. Et là tu regrettais quand t'avais oublié quelque chose dans une salle. Et encore plus quand tu le réalisais 3 salles plus loin. Il y a eu un petit bruit.
A Chinese coin, recognizable by the hole in the middle. If I remember rightly, that's called a cash.
On va monter à l'étage là. Les pièces de nouveau. J'espère que la dernière fois qu'ils me font refouiller tout le château comme ça.
Dear E, I received your last.
C'est déjà lu.
A letter from William Pitt the Elder, addressed to Emily. He was the English Prime Minister. This letter dates from 15 years ago now. A letter from William Pitt the Younger, addressed to Emily. He's the present Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Emily has indeed some powerful backers. My
Là,
dear
mon perso, il s'en
Napoleon.
fout. Hein. Il passe d'une chambre à l'autre. Je suis dans la chambre de Napoléon. Une bienséance de
It's
sa
a
part.
beautiful weapon. The Levi Damask blade. It's marked, my dearest son.
Est-ce que je peux sortir bientôt? Bon, en fait, toutes les pièces sont ouvertes. Ah non. On continue de fouiller. Voilà. Malte. C'est pas le meilleur moment de gameplay que j'ai à vous proposer là, hein. C'est tourner en rond jusqu'à trouver la personne et les objets qu'on cherche. Quel je me fais rentrer tout à l'heure? C'est là. Du coup, on est sorti par là. On continue par ici. Une autre chambre.
Great. Honey.
Déjà full.
Dear friend, please come and join us.
Alors lui, il a pas de balcon. Lui, il est moins important que les autres. Bon, lui, il a une baignoire. Hein. Moi, dans ma chambre, il n'y en avait pas. Ah oui, d'accord. Je peux faire le chemin que quand... Voilà, super. Tu vois, par contre, ça, la porte que tu peux ouvrir que dans un sens. Sachant que là, je vais rouvrir une autre porte derrière. Donc je disais tout à l'heure que les chargements étaient rapides, mais quand on les multiplie comme ça, pour le coup... Voilà.
A bicorn decorated with a cockade. It must belong to a French soldier.
Escalier. Et vas-y, on va monter. Je sais qu'il y a des trucs là-haut. Je sais pas ce qu'ils appellent la salle de la tour. J'ai un truc à récupérer la salle de la tour. On me dit, ouais, vous êtes déjà allé. La tour, on me dit, bon, moi, ça va être en hauteur. Mais après, à quel moment c'est la bonne salle?
Dante's Purgatory. Why does your mind presume to flight when you're still like the imperfect grub, the worm before it's attained its final form? Charming. Right. This time, it'll be a lot quicker. If I remember rightly, the code was
Il le rappelle même au
119.
cas où. On l'écrire tous automatiquement. Hein.
course.
Alors, qu'est-ce qu'il y avait récupéré ici? Ah, ça.
It's locked. The map of Europe. Someone's written 26 million in France. It's the estimated population of France. Mortimer knows very well that France has a higher population than its neighbors. He's preparing for it to go to war and knows he can make it happen by stirring up the people. I'm standing in front of a lesson of absolute mastery in military strategy, which is absolutely spine-chilling if it turns out that Mortimer is a demon. Troops are directed towards Italy. I get the feeling that Piaggi's going to be in for a hard time.
Pas du tout.
A Van Leeuwenhoek microscope? The most sophisticated microscope there is. There. Those are the nails I was looking for. I noticed they were old and rusty, but I hadn't noticed these traces of... Could that be blood? Is it really the relic of the Holy Cross? I can hardly believe it. A hand of tarot cards. I should have learned my lessons in card reading a little better.
Mais tu l'as déjà fait avant, imbécile.
Looks like obsidian or onyx. It must weigh a ton. What on earth could that be? Feathers, pigeons probably. If Mortimer's plan succeeds, the United States will indeed double in size. It would mean the end of the Spanish presence in North America. Weaknesses of the Human Psyche by Gilhelm Trimor. Gilhelm Trimor. Trimor. An anagram of Mortimer. Wow. Arrogant enough to publish writings on mental control. Full view of everyone. I wonder who he's writing for.
Bon, finalement c'est bon.
All right, come on. Let's get out of here. 6466, if I remember correctly. Painting. It looks unfinished. A piece by Lord Mortimer, I presume. A rather avant-garde technique. The Titan against men. How ironic.
Utilisé avec Emma dans la salle de la tour. Je vois pas ce que c'est, la salle de la tour.
Ah, Louis. Glad you're here.
Blasted. He's gonna talk about my mother.
Come and see what I...
Quoi ça? Point d'effort. Coup de point d'effort plus 1. Ah bah non. Et c'est quoi?
Found. There are pieces of paper in the ashes of the chimney. Someone's been burning something here.
Incredible. He doesn't seem to want to speak to me about what happened between my mother and the Hillsborough sisters. Show me a little.
Look, it's possible to distinguish two different writing styles.
The rest of the correspondence between my mother and Emma.
Someone tried to burn an exchange of messages. I'm certain. There must be more.
Shit. What on earth is he doing?
Alors, attendez. George Washington, qui est manipulable. On sait rien sur lui, ok.
If you want my opinion, a servant must have burnt some old papers. That's all.
Why,
no.
of course. You very nearly made me think that you were trying to hide something, Louis. No, I'm sure there must be other hidden messages.
He won't let go. He's going to work his way back to the Bible if he continues. Dante's Paradise. Raise your head and be reassured. For what comes up here from the
Non.
mortal world.
Non, moi je regarde que les matchs de l'équipe de France. Je regarde le moins possible cette Coupe du Monde, donc je me contente des matchs de l'équipe de France.
Hey,
Et même s'il y a le match
look,
contre une place,
there.
je regarderai pas.
No,
Ce sera
I
demain
don't
et
see anything.
dimanche.
Come, Louis, look. Someone's clearly drawn a 4 in the dust. I have a clue.
I better take the Bible before he works his way back to it.
Regarde si tu veux regarder, hein, ne prive pas. De toute façon, moi mon avis sur le principe du boycott, c'est que de toute manière qu'on regarde ou pas, ça va rien changer.
Cash.
Ce qui peut déranger le Qatar, qu'il y ait beaucoup de gens qui regardent leur ici ou pas, qui regardent leur Coupe du Monde, ça va rien changer. Ils vont pas gagner d'argent, ils vont pas gagner d'influence parce que l'audience on fait 10 millions au lieu de 6 millions. Ce qui a de l'influence, s'il y a des hommes politiques qui se déplacent chez eux, comme va le faire Macron pour la demi-finale justement. Moi, le boycott, c'est à ce niveau-là qu'il doit être fait. C'est pas nous, en tant que simple spectateurs, qu'on doit boycotter. Ça change strictement rien. Soft power, il se fait au niveau de la politique. On le voit, hein, ils ont acheté le Parlement européen avec plein de députés, tout ça, donc on sait que il y a des pots de vin à tout va depuis 2010, je crois, l'attribution. Ça fait 12 ans qu'on le sait. Avant d'avoir les preuves, on s'en doutait, maintenant on a les preuves. Notre mec. Notre conscience, je dis que c'est pas à nous d'avoir sur la conscience les morts, c'est à la FIFA. Nous on est otage de la FIFA, qui est l'organisation qui dirige tout, qui est une mafia. En tant que simple amateur de football, on n'a vraiment pas à avoir ça sur la conscience. Et puis pour moi, ceux qui tiennent la majorité, ceux qui tiennent ce discours, c'est ceux qui de toute manière n'aiment pas le football, n'aiment pas les supporters. Alors je suis pas... Ah bah tiens, il y a ça ici. Je suis pas fan des supporters dans leur conneries, hein.
Perfect.
Mais
That
bon,
will save me
je
some
vis bien avec
time.
ma conscience parce que
I
je
really hope that
regarde.
he isn't going to realize it right away.
Il y a pas des trucs à ramasser tant que je suis là.
Golden elixir.
Ah bah nickel. Bon, j'ai tout trouvé, c'est bien. « Oui, bah comme tu dis, ça ne changera strictement rien à leur comportement. Ça changera strictement rien au fait qu'à la fin de la Coupe du Monde, tu vas voir le Qatar et la FIFA qui vont dire «Oh, c'est la plus belle Coupe du Monde qu'on a jamais vue, machin». Bah déjà, non, ni en termes de jeu, ni en termes de... Comment dire, d'envie du public. Le truc qu'ils pourront tirer positif, c'est se dire, ah ouais, bon, on a une équipe africaine qui est arrivée en demi-finale, voilà, ça fait l'événement, première Coupe du Monde arabe, premier pays pan-arabe qualifié pour une demi-finale, bon bah voilà. Où suis-je, c'est pas la sortie. Truc là. C'est dans cette pièce où il y avait des trucs à ramasser. Malte, c'est quoi le coin de Malte? Ça sert à rien. Ok. Rien.
Great. Honey.
On va décider. Une mélisse. Ah. C'est l'eau de mélisse, hein, je crois. Ok, on va utiliser. Hop. Ok. De toute manière, que tu regardes ou pas le match, tu vas t'intéresser au résultat. Moi, j'irai regarder quel est le résultat. Donc fais-toi plaisir si tu as envie de voir un match de foot, hein, en se disant quand même un peu voir comment va jouer notre futur adversaire, si on part du principe qu'on va gagner demain. C'est pas par là. Perso, je suis pour la Croatie. Sans avoir d'affinité particulière avec la Croatie, c'est juste que les Argentins, j'ai pas envie qu'ils gagnent la Coupe du Monde. Vu le chant raciste qu'avaient fait leurs supporters au tout début de la Coupe du Monde, là. Il y avait des trucs à ramasser par terre, là, non? Là. Mélisse, insidieux. Enfin, refaire une finale France-Croatie, ce serait quand même quelque chose, hein. 4 ans après, la même finale.
Good. You've managed to gather all the
J'ai
keys.
pas vérifié,
Yes,
je pense pas
that's
que ça a
right.
déjà été
I have
fait.
everything. What should I start with?
Place the Clement III cross on the console. Then you have to put the nails
Même
on the
résultat, je
disc
signe
of
tout de
the
suite.
door.
What hole should I put the nails in?
Well, I can't really advise you there, because I haven't exactly made the best choices myself. All I can say is that you have to insert one to choose a
Bisous,
town,
merci encore
one
pour
to
le
choose a
sub,
chapter,
merci infiniment.
and one to choose a verse.
Mon troisième streamer
Those are
préféré.
Roman numerals on the disc.
What theme did you start with?
As the fresco shows the birth of Christ, I placed one nail in Bethlehem, one in chapter 2, and one in verse 6. The iris opened a little. I thought it was normal. Behind the aperture of the iris, there is a duct in which I
merde.
put my hand. I felt something like a valve at the bottom. I thought by turning it the door would open, or the iris would open completely,
comme ça
or
qu'elle a perdu
something
sa
else would
main,
happen.
putain, c'est rassurant.
Instead, I felt something like an axe cut off my hand.
Et je sais enfin pourquoi elle a
I
plus de main.
really thought it was the end of me.
What did you do then?
Well, although I had made some unfortunate choices, I was lucky in that Mortimer was well stocked with drugs. I raided his supplies of medicine.
All right, my turn now.
Go ahead, impress me. I'll shut up and let you concentrate.
Et-
This exegesis contains comments from Judas on the different Gospels. It only contains certain chapters and verses, and the chapters are indicated by Roman numerals. The lexicon refers to different chapters and verses from the exegesis of Judas. Chapter 1, verse 9. Jesus was baptized by John in Jordan on the 9th of Hesvan, 3852. Chapter 1, verse 9. And it came to pass in those days that Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee, and was baptized by John in Jordan. And coming up out of the water, he saw the heavens opened, and the Spirit like a dove descending upon him. The cycle of the moons has nothing to do with what I'm doing right now. The cross is stuck in the mechanism. I can't do anything. The fresco clearly shows the birth of Christ.
Louis, I can assure you that that is not the solution to this enigma. This fresco's only purpose is to mislead. I know that now. Please, focus on another theme about Christ.
I'll have to trust her. If Mortimer deliberately set a trap by showing the birth of Christ, then maybe the solution is the contrary. The death of Christ in that case? Yes, it's definitely a representation of the birth of Christ, but some of the details have flaked away. I can't see any other clues. One thing is for sure, this enigma deals with the life of Jesus, like my mother said. You could see that the paint has come off in parts. Difficult to see what was there, but I can distinguish the letters N-R-I. Nothing more. Why, of course. They're part of the initials I-N-R-I that you can find on the cross of Jesus at his crucifixion. It looks like there are 3 types of inscriptions. These towns have one thing in common. They're all related to the life and death of Jesus. For example, Jordan is the place of the baptism of Christ. Clearly, we have names of towns, Arabian numerals, and Roman numerals. There are 3 styles of writing, and I've got 3 nails. There must be a link. I must surely put in 1 nail per category.
Merde.
A Bazant.
Chapter 5, verse 2. Jesus cures the sick and lame on the 8th of Adar, 3791, in Jerusalem, at the pool of Bethesda. All stand and fling away their canes. Chapter 5, verse 2. Now, there is at Jerusalem, by the sheep market, a pool, which is called, in the Hebrew tongue, Bethesda, having 5 porches. In these lay a great multitude of impotent folk, of the blind, halting, and withered, waiting for the moving of the water. Jesus saith unto him, Rise, take up thy bed, and walk. And immediately the man was made whole, and took up his bed, and walked. And on the same day was the Sabbath.
À lire, là, c'est chiant. Pas Jordan.
Chapter 1, verse 9. Jesus was baptized by John in Jordan on the 9th of Hesvan, 3852. Chapter 1, verse 9. And it came to pass in those days that Jesus came from Nazareth of Galilee, and was baptized by John in Jordan. And coming up out of the water, he saw the heavens opened, and the Spirit like a dove descending upon him. Chapter 3, verse 18. Words truly pronounced in Abagash. Chapter 3, verse 18. He that believeth in him is not condemned, but he that believeth not is condemned already, because he hath not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. Chapter 2, verse 6. Jesus was born of Mary and Joseph on the 22nd of Teveth at midnight, 3762, in the village of Bethlehem. Chapter 2, verse 6. And so it was that, while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered of a child. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. And there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were sore afraid.
Tout ça? Non mais c'est une blague. Trop à lire là, c'est pas intéressant.
Chapter 14, verse 22. On the 7th of Nisan, 3793, Jesus shared his Last Supper in the Cenacle in Jerusalem. Chapter 14, verse 22. And as they did eat, Jesus took bread and blessed and broke it, and gave to them and said, Take, eat. This is my body. And he took the cup, and when he'd given thanks, he gave it to them, and they all drank of it. Chapter 5, verse 2. Jesus cures the sick and lame on the 8th of Adar, 3791, in Jerusalem, at the pool of Bethesda. All stand and fling away their canes.
Ok. Thématique. Suivant, thème suivant. Fiction.
Chapter 19, verse 17. Jesus was crucified on the 8th of Nisan, 3793, in a place near Jerusalem. The Romans put a crown of thorns on his head. Chapter 19, verse 17. And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in the Hebrew Golgotha, where they crucified him, and 2 others with him, on either side, and Jesus in the midst.
Six, 2. On a 2, 13, 17. Faut que je relise le truc. Casser Jérusalem, je pense.
Chapter 19, verse 17.
17.
Jesus was crucified on the 8th of Nisan, 3793, in a place near Jerusalem. The Romans put a crown of thorns on his head. Chapter 19, verse 17.
Chaque fois, c'est 19, 17.
And he, bearing his cross, went forth into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in the Hebrew Golgotha, where they crucified him, and 2 others with him, on either side, and Jesus in the midst.
Est-ce qu'on peut faire ça? Ouais. Là, on a 19, 17, et Jérusalem. Voilà.
Cross is stuck in the mechanism. I can't do anything.
What hole should I put the nails in?
Well, I can't really advise you there, because I haven't exactly made the best choices myself. All I can say is that you have to insert 1 to choose a town, 1 to choose a chapter, and 1 to choose a verse. Those are Roman numerals on the disc.
C'était pas Jérusalem. C'est un autre nom. Jordan. Non. Golgotha, oui, c'est Golgotha. Voilà. On disait proche de Jérusalem.
It works.
Well done, Louis. I hadn't seen those other wheels. Try connecting the theme to see if it goes all the way.
There must surely be a connection between the wheels.
Voilà. On n'est même pas fini leur truc là.
There are different icons on this wheel, but it looks like some of them can't be connected to the other wheels. I think I can make out each one of the icons apart from the one covered in blood. Going clockwise from the one I just mentioned, we have the halo that represents the resurrection. The waves represent the baptism of Jesus. It's more difficult to identify the next one. Maybe a crib, and in that case it's surely linked to the birth of Christ. The red herring that my mother followed. Then, the symbol represents the crown of thorns that Jesus wore during his crucifixion. The dove also represents the baptism. Certainly another red herring. Then comes the symbol of the Trinity. And finally, the candle that must stand for the Last Supper.
Mother, what do you think?
As I told you, I didn't get that far. Nevertheless, these icons do represent moments in the life of Christ.
This wheel contains several symbols made up of 1 or 2 figures and 1 letter. The highest figure does not exceed 31, and each letter corresponds to a month of the year. A for April, and M for March. I think these symbols must represent a specific
Bon, 1er
date.
avril, la crucifixion. C'est écrit là, hein. 1er avril 33.
This wheel represents the different moons. In the occult sciences, we represent the full moon by an X. As for the dark moon, called the new moon, in cults, it's often associated with something harmful.
Okay.
Look at this. There are notches between each of the wheels. So, I have to link the name of the town from the theme I've chosen to an icon, then to a date, and finally, the date to the moon.
Ok. Non, attendez. Tirer les clous, c'est fait. Analyser les roues. Comment je fais pour tourner les roues? Je veux pas mettre ma main, moi. Tourner les roues. Un truc là. Peut-être ça. Non. Ah, rien, toi.
During new moon, the moon is entirely in the shadow. Then, the shadow moves from west to east, meaning left to right, and goes through the following states: waxing crescents, first quarter, waxing gibbous, full moon, waning gibbous, last quarter, waning crescent, and the cycle starts over with a full shadowed new moon. The moon shadow moves from west to east.
Shaman.
13th of Shaban, 607, waxing gibbous.
Attendez. Correspondance des dates. Je sais pas en fait, quand le 1er avril, c'est peut-être pas la crucifixion, c'est la résurrection. C'est juste le 26 mars en fait. 7 Shaban.
7th of Shaban, 607, first quarter.
Non, mais non. Attendez. Il est mis où mon clou, moi? Bon là. Bon, rien du tout. Non. Ah, on peut pas le mettre en face en fait. C'est bien ça la crucifixion, bordel de merde. Non, putain, mais au niveau de l'éclairage, faites un effort les mecs. Incroyable, on n'y voit rien. Fait une énigme dans le noir. Casse-couille vraiment là. Le truc qui s'arrête pas du tout devant les villes. Ils disent ouais, mets-le devant la ville qui correspond. Résultat, à aucun moment le symbole, aucun symbole se met devant une ville. Jamais. Putain de truc, il est jamais face à une ville. Il se déplace beaucoup trop. Ah merde. Je peux rien faire en fait, parce que je veux dire, t'es dans le noir et ça se déplace mal. Merci hein. Allez vas-y, tu vas y arriver. Yes, champion. Mais moi ça, on voit que dalle. Le 26 mars. Moi il me faut, dans tous les cas, il me faut le 26 mars. Le 26 mars il est bien placé. Mais là, bah, il y a le problème du fait qu'on ne peut pas les aligner. Parce qu'il faut que ce truc-là, il soit là. Sauf qu'il passe de là à là. C'est de la merde. Je comprends pas la manière dont ils ont réglé le truc.
Look at this. There are notches between each of the wheels. So, I have to link the name of the town from the theme I've chosen to an icon, then to a date, and finally, the date to the moon.
C'est bien ça. Je viens de comprendre.
Look at this. There are notches between each of the wheels. So, I have to link the name of the town from the theme I've chosen to an icon, then to a date, and finally, the date to the moon.
Mais l'icône, je peux pas. Parce que l'icône ne se place pas devant. Jamais. Il me faut une icône ici, que tout s'aligne, puisque vous me dites, ouais, dans la ville. Ok, c'est ce que j'ai fait. Je peux pas avoir l'icône ici. Il est décalé de quasi rien. Face à cette ville, je ne peux pas avoir d'icône. Donc, ok, super. Et c'est la bête, votre truc. Est-ce que c'est bon là? Et... moi, on est bien, hein. Que du coup, voilà, face à la ville, j'ai mis le truc de crucifixion, le 26 mars, et quand je regarde 26 mars, il me dit premier quart de lune. Attendez, c'est l'autre. Ah merde.
In the occult sciences, we represent the full moon by an X. As for the dark moon, called the new moon, in cults, it's often associated with something harmful.
Les lunes, c'est une chance sur deux, j'ai l'impression.
Seventh of Shaban, 607, first quarter. The moon shadow moves from west to east. During new moon, the moon is entirely in the shadow. Then, the shadow moves from west to east, meaning left to right,
and goes through the following states: waxing crescents, first quarter, waxing gibbous, full moon, waning gibbous, last quarter, waning crescent, and the cycle starts over with the full shadowed new moon.
L'ombre se déplace de gauche à droite. Et donc c'est bon. Bon, bah, mettre la main dedans, hein. Pour moi c'est bon, c'est pas ça, bah, je ne sais pas. Je vais te perdre une main là.
I can feel the lever at the bottom.
Good luck.
Allez, soyons fous. Ah, bah non. Je peux pas revenir en arrière. Alors, 4 points. Merde, j'ai plus qu'un choix. Logique. Tant pis, j'ai perdu un bras.
I sense that Mr. Peru is about to surprise us too.
I believed in him. I followed him to the best of my ability. I championed his ideas, defended his decisions, and then, without even realizing it, I became lost.
Now that I've told you everything, you want to take my place, do you? No. I am Emily. You are wasting your time. Louis knows very well how to tell us apart.
Someone had the bang coming from the Duchess's room, and she isn't answering.
Louis, you really must learn to conceal your weaknesses better. If you don't want your foes to use them against you.
Our desire is
Sans
to steer
Napoléon,
the
quand même.
destiny of our respective countries for the good of all, and to no longer suffer the random hazards of history.
It is the natural order of things, Monsieur de Richet. There have always been men who govern other men. That is simply the way it is.
History forgets them with a disconcerting facility. No one speaks about them, and yet they whisper in the ears of kings and presidents.
Filthy swine! I'm going to open this damn door and skin you alive! You're not going to get the better of us!
Mother?
Louis, you've come around. How do you feel?
It hurts. Mother? I can't feel my arm.
Louis, I had to cauterize it with what I could find.
Where's my arm?
We'll get through this, Louis. Don't worry. I think I found a solution. You'll see.
We gotta leave. No, don't put your arm in there.
Louis, we can't leave without it. It's our last chance. I need to see this through to the end. I must do it.
J'aurais voulu savoir c'était quoi la solution.
We've
Est-ce que ce
done
truc
it.
de la lune, fallait mettre
Look,
en
dumber is
noir?
a
Moi, je me
mule.
suis appuyé sur
Come on, up you get.
les
I'll
petits
help
salopulets,
you.
là.
Easy does it. You've lost a lot of blood.
And now what?
Let's take what we came for.
Wait. I've gotta know what I did wrong.
That is one fearsome mechanism. In fact, if I hadn't watched you beforehand, I would never have found the right combination.
Tell me, where did I go wrong? The 3 nails? Yes, it's true. They let you open the iris.
Yes, but you still need to find the right theme, don't you? The fresco was a trap. Apart from the fresco, everything pointed to the crucifixion.
Oui, ce que j'ai
The
fait.
things that make it possible to activate the mechanism are associated with the crucifixion. The cross to activate the mechanism, and the nails to choose a date.
What did you do once you uncovered the iris?
I matched the icon of the crown of thorns with the town
Ouais,
of
ça, j'ai
Golgotha,
fait.
where the crucifixion took place.
17, je sais plus quoi.
Well, how did you manage to crack the puzzle?
Then I had to link the crown of thorns to the date of the crucifixion, according to the exegesis. But I failed to understand the first
Ce que
time.
j'ai fait.
With that theme in mind, I chose 26M, which represents the 26th of March. To conclude, I had to use the armillary spear to
Que j'ai fait.
find the moon corresponding to the day of the crucifixion, which turned out to be in the first quarter. All that was left to do was to
C'est
link
exactement
all
ce que j'ai
those
fait.
elements
Comment va?
on the same axis.
J'ai fait exactement ça. Face à Golgotha, j'ai mis la truc d'épine, 26M et le premier quart. Va comprendre, Serge. Et salut Bob! Comment il va? Que le début de semaine se passe bien.
But where are we?
I don't know, but we better not hang around.
Bah ça va, c'est comme un jeu Telltale avec un peu d'énigmes quand même. Mieux qu'hier. Oh hier ça va, c'est le début du jeu. Je suis pas mort 100 fois sur le même passage, ça allait. Hein. Mais là je viens de perdre sur une énigme, je viens de perdre mon bras sur une énigme. Et du coup après tu demandes au perso mais il fallait faire quoi, et elle dit tout ce que j'ai fait. Du coup je comprends pas pourquoi j'ai plus mon bras. Pourquoi il y a plus un?
Do you know what we're looking for?
We have to find that weapon.
Bah c'est ça, j'en ai un autre, donc ça va.
What do you know about the holy
C'est comme que
lance?
quand tu perds un poumon, bah tu peux
The
continuer à
lance of
respirer, tu perds
Longinus
une
the
couille, tu peux
centurion.
continuer à enfanter, à perdre un bras.
Oh, that? That's what we come to find? The lance that a centurion stuck in the side of Christ at his crucifixion?
That's it.
Seriously? You don't really believe that fable, do you?
Every fable is founded on true events. I'm not saying that everything adds up, but imagine if it really did exist.
Very well. Now what?
Well, now you know what you need to find.
Pardon?
I have to get to the wharf to prepare our departure. Let's get off this cursed island as quickly as we can. We shall come back when we are ready and armed.
But hang on.
Louis, let's first get to safety. We shall come back when we have the upper hand. Fear not. You take care of getting the lance. It's imperative. I'll take care of preparing our departure.
Hang on. At least tell me everything you know about this lance.
But I have never seen it. There's nothing else I can say, Louis. Well, you can always go snooping around Mortimer's study. I remember seeing paintings of Longinus there.
Hang on a second.
What's the matter?
Why did you shoot Emily's sister?
Do you really think now is the right time for this?
I want to know, Mother. Why did you betray her?
Listen, Louis. I don't think you've really understood my interest in the Al-Azif. It's not just simple curiosity about some old relic.
You tried to kill her.
And I had no choice, for crying out loud. It must not fall into the hands of the demons, or we are all doomed. Don't you see? Listen, I don't know exactly what it contains, but I prefer to be one step ahead. If they want it, there must be a reason. And even if I don't know what it is, I want to stop them for safety's sake, no matter what.
Nothing will stop you if I understand correctly.
Enough, Louis. If you could see the extent of their power as I do, then you would understand what I'm saying.
All right, we'll do it your way.
One more thing. If they find you in possession of the lance, they won't let you get away with it. Choose only one and hide it under your jacket so you don't get caught with it. Then run and meet me on the wharf.
And if I get caught?
If they catch you in possession of the lance, we're all doomed. Do you understand?
Perfectly.
Good. And go talk to Piaggi. He's the one who probably knows the most about this.
Pas s'étonner qu'il me manque un bras d'un coup là. Je suis arrivé à la soirée, j'avais 2 mains. Et là maintenant j'ai plus qu'une.
Flavius Aetius. I remember. He was the Roman general who defeated Attila and his hordes in the terrible battle of the Catalonian plains. Flavius Aetius, the one they call the last of the Romans. He was assassinated by his own emperor, who was jealous of all his victories. But how did he end up here? We can see that this lance has a leaf shape, and, well, it's in gold. I can see that a crucifix is engraved on the tip, just barely visible.
Je pense qu'il faut que je remonte pour aller parler du coup, comme dit, à Piaggi. Ok, il y a des lances un peu partout.
The sarcophagus of Lord Mortimer. Let's see what we can find here. Ha! Great! Now let's see what's inside. The sarcophagus of Lord Mortimer. It's the only sarcophagus in this crypt which appears to bear the Mortimer family name. What ancestor can it be? There's no inscription. Let's see what we can find here. It's the only sarcophagus in this crypt which appears to bear the Mortimer family name. What ancestor can it be? There's no inscription.
Ok, l'âge de lait royal à l'intérieur. Ok. Les voyages express des jeux Ubisoft me manquent là d'un coup. Voilà, d'accord. Téléportation.
Carmelite water. They say that if you drink this, it gives you a real boost.
Bon, sorti. Bon, sorti, c'est quoi ça?
Golden elixir.
Alors.
Duchess Emily Hillsborough. Duke Manuel Godoy.
J'espère qu'il est dans sa chambre, le mec. Si je dois encore fouiller la baraque.
The Cardinal's not in his room.
Oh,
I bet he went back to stuffing himself.
Je suis passé à la salle Je l'ai pas
Dear
croisé, hein.
Giuseppe. The Lying Girl by Boucher. Here's a painting of mischievous eroticism.
Amber crystals.
Let's have a look at his personal papers. Of course, it's in Latin, the language of the church. All those hours of learning Latin declensions are going to pay off in the end. Mother will be proud. Now this could be interesting. Let's say a sancte. Various representation criteria, of which are shown the most common throughout the centuries, and in different forms. If Piaggi's notes are anything to go by, the weapon I'm looking for is shaped like a tapered spear. And that should help me identify it.
Des pieux. Oui.
The Cardinal's not in his room. I bet he went back to stuffing himself.
Bon, faut retourner à l'extérieur maintenant. Rapide par là. Bon. Comment ça forme des pieux. Et ça va pas suffire. Hein. Parce qu'il faut que j'aille lui parler, parce qu'en fait, ouais, j'ai fait de la merde en retournant ici. Ils avaient tous une forme des pieux. J'ai les dessins dessus qu'il faut que je sache. Retourne, faut que je retrouve le curton là. L'indice que j'ai eu, c'est de la merde. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? Le cardinal, c'est dans la salle de repas. S'il ne voit pas, ce qui sera. Ah. Je ne le voyais pas, j'ai eu peur. Ok.
Your Eminence, would you have a moment to spare?
Not now, Louis. Please, leave me alone.
I beg your pardon?
I want to be alone.
Very well. I'm only searching for information about the lance of Longinus, the soldier. If you could...
are not listening to me. You are playing with fire.
I see what you mean.
Louis, don't push it. Leave while you still can.
Your Eminence, are you all right? Your Eminence, are you with me? Can you turn around, please?
What do you want to know about the Holy Lance, Louis?
Your Eminence, turn around.
This is the weapon used by a Roman centurion on the very day Christ was nailed to the cross.
Look at me.
Longinus thrust his lance in the right side of Jesus.
Please.
As you wish.
His nose is bleeding.
So, you are looking for the Holy Lance of Longinus, are you?
Attendez, sa personnalité, lui. Comment il s'appelle déjà celui-ci?
No, I was wondering about it myself.
Oh, Louis. It's even worse than I thought. I believe you when you say you've only come to find out more. But in that case, it means that Sarah didn't even tell you the point of it all. Because, believe me, you are looking for it. You are looking for the lance. You should know, you are not the only one. Lord Mortimer has spent a good part of his life and his fortune trying to find it. Never will he let you have it. But tell me, before going any further, have you spoken to anyone else about this?
No, Your Eminence. I thought you'd be the only one able to help me with it.
Your words lack conviction, Louis. If I'm asking you all these things, it's for your own good, you know. You had no reason to lie to me. Imagine you find it, which I don't doubt.
Alors, hop, du coup, oui. Ici.
Given how resolute you are when you've got something on your mind. Then what? What are you going to use the lance for, exactly?
I need it.
Why?
You won't understand.
Try me, Louis.
I need to protect myself with it.
Louis, I thank you for your sincerity. I shall answer you about Longinus. You deserve to be told. His spear-headed lance did indeed pierce the side of the Messiah. His blood gushed out, covering the head of the lance. It was covered in the blood of Christ.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Eminence.
You are welcome. Be careful, Louis. You are on a perilous path. Don't follow Sarah's demons, my boy. Don't delve too deeply into her delusions, or you won't be able to come back. The demons that she is frantically trying to drive away are in her own mind. Take good care of yourself. God keep you.
Ouais, bah, ça fait pas beaucoup là. Information, spécialité de journalisme, texte sacré. Oh putain. Bah, l'humeur là. Je regarde tous les tableaux. Ça va être chiant, sérieux là. Ah, le jeu il prend une tournure bien casse-couille.
Duchess Emily Hillsborough. A letter from William Pitt the Younger. A letter from William Pitt the Elder addressed to Emily. He was the English Prime Minister.
Dear friend, please come and join us.
Great. Honey.
Pardon me, monsieur, but I have work to do.
Dante's paradise. Raise your head and be reassured, for what comes up here from the mortal world must ripen in our rays.
Monsieur Johann van Vulner.
Qu'il y ait quelque chose chez lui.
It seems like he isn't here. What a mess. Looks like Volnor was interrupted. Looks a lot like straw, and he's drawn something in a hurry on this sheet. I get the feeling that I've seen that somewhere before. Yes, it's definitely a drawing of the Lock of Al-Azif. Volnor must have kept a copy. Look, a blotter. And apparently it's been used recently. I wonder what Volnor was going to write. It's smudged. It's not all legible. I can make out the signature though, and leave as if planned landing stage. Landing stage. So Volnor is going to leave Al-Azif at the landing stage, isn't he?
The alchemist is a young man.
The chemistry set. That's not surprising coming from von Volnor. So, let's see what Volnor has in his bookcase. A few works on religions, 2 scientific essays about human thought. Most of these works are on alchemy. Longini Militis Fabulum. Ah! What have we here?
It looks like a kind of biography on Longinus the Centurion.
Truly, Volnor has done everything he can to get information about that lance. I'd better keep this one, though.
Damn,
that's all I need. Maybe he knows something about the lance.
What happened? You've lost. Ah, how horrible! Your hand.
It's an accident. To tell you the truth,
Accident? Are you joking? You have lost your hand, Louis. We've got to do something.
It's been done. I've been given treatment, rest assured. I admit that I didn't truly realize the consequences of my recklessness. So just stay calm.
Yes, of course. But Louis, it's your hand.
I know. Please, look, there's nothing I can do about it. I know, I made a mistake, but it's too late now. It was an accident. I only wanted to inspect the place to find my mother and, well, I fell into a trap. The result is appalling, I grant you that, but at least I can guarantee that we're all perfectly safe here on this island.
And you joke about it? Am I dreaming?
No, sir, but let's be realistic. So many world leaders brought together in one place, and there are no safeguards? The error indeed stems from my recklessness. I went looking here and there and searched my mother, and I had an accident. It's my own fault.
Fine. We will drop this incident. Why are you here? What are you doing in my room?
Sir, perfect timing. I was looking for you.
You were looking for me? Well, here I am. What can I do for you?
I was wondering if you might help me.
You're the one looking for the lance.
No,
Don't take me for a fool. You are looking for the holy lances.
Pourquoi il s'énerve comme ça d'un coup là? Bizarre ce mec. Pas d'occultiste. Ok.
Not at all. I've come here to talk to you about the Al-Azif.
Ach, you are lying through your teeth. You are not here for the Al-Azif.
No, of course not. Well, what makes you think that?
You are a very bad liar, my lad. Don't think you're going to get away with it so easily. What are you playing at, Richet? Mortimer's the one who has that cursed lance.
How long have you been looking for it?
Ah, I see. You want it, and so you plan to steal it from Mortimer.
For a long time. Isn't that right?
Why, you little swine! You're planning to give it to Sir Gregory. You're looking to double-cross me, and Piaggi too.
What on earth is he talking about? But calm yourself, goddammit. You're the one I'm trying to help.
What? What?
I heard you talking with His Eminence, and it seemed to me that this story about the lances had put you in a tight spot. I was only trying to be helpful.
But why didn't you tell me straight away?
Seeing as I hadn't found it, I didn't want to commit myself too quickly. If I failed, I would have looked like a beginner.
I understand, Louis. I thought you were trying to manipulate me. But please, excuse me. I got a little bit carried away. But you can't get ahead by staying in the shadows on a case like this. There are already several of us searching for the lance of Longinus. And it would be smarter to pool our information.
Unfortunately, I've barely made any progress. I'm still trying to find out what the original lance really looked like.
Let me reassure you, we've all been there, given the number of copies there are in existence. It also took us quite some time to discover its true shape. Many believe the central part of the head of the lance to be covered in gold, whereas, in truth, its center is made of an alloy of copper and iron.
That does make sense. In those times, a centurion wouldn't have any chance of possessing a lance made of gold.
That is the perversion of Christian idolatry. A copper lance could not have been noble enough to pierce the side of Christ.
Anyway, thank you, sir.
You're welcome, Louis. Keep me posted as to your research. We're bound to end up recovering it.
I'm counting on it. See you later. I managed to get the biography of Longinus the Centurion. Let's see what it can teach me. An interesting passage here tells me that the lance is engraved with the symbol of the first Christians. The fish.
Nickel. Il y a des choses là. Ça, ouais. On va se dire que c'est bon là. Et... J'ai utilisé beaucoup d'objets là. J'en laissais plein derrière moi là, au début du jeu. Et là d'un coup, bordel. Pas ce chemin du coup.
The Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci. The last day before his crucifixion, Jesus announces that he will be betrayed by one of his disciples.
honey. I couldn't have hoped for better.
J'espère que cette fois c'est bon.
Devil's Thorn. I'll keep it.
Le moins utile qui soit, ça malheureusement.
Golden Elixir. Consume without excess.
Bon. Ouvrons notre objet maintenant. Dans la zone où il y a des trucs à ramasser aussi. Voilà, on va faire ça.
I can see that this lance has a so-called leaf shape. It is made entirely of iron. I can see that the tip is engraved with the symbol of the sun.
C'est pas elle. Par contre.
I can see that this lance has the characteristic shape of a spear. It is made of iron, and its tip is engraved with a cross.
Non. On a eu un poisson et non pas une croix.
Amber.
Yes.
This sarcophagus is engraved with the name of Clemens III. Good God! The one whose cross allowed me to enter. That was the Pope from the Middle Ages who inspired the Third Crusade. He gave the Roman people the power to elect their magistrates.
Par là.
I can see that this spear has a so-called leaf shape. It is copper-rimmed. I can see the tip is engraved with the symbol of the Eye of Ra.
Y a rien qui va.
This one has no name. I wonder who it was for.
Bon, bah, c'est pas du tout de ce côté. Pom, 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 pom. Non, lui c'était un crucifix, je crois qu'il est dessus. Pas du tout, c'est un objet. J'ai flou dans le gelé, j'en ai laissé plein derrière moi et maintenant j'en manque.
Well, here we can see this lance has a leaf shape, is gold rimmed, and a fish is engraved on the tip.
Dommage, il y a le poisson.
Flavius Aetius. It was cut a long time ago. You could tell by the rough hacks of the tool and the patina of the stone. This sarcophagus is very ancient. I'd say it's several centuries old. This lance has got a blade in the shape of a spear. Its blade is in iron or steel, I think. I can make out a rising sun engraved on the tip.
Il y avait les deux premiers. Comme au tiercé, il me manquait le troisième.
This sarcophagus has been ravaged by time. It's sort of ageless, I guess. It's entirely sculpted. Is this the tomb of a king? Judging by all the sculpted symbols of power, this is really ancient. The inscriptions are all eroded. I don't know what those marks mean, but maybe a stone or epitaph. We can see that this lance has a particular spear shape. It is coated in gold. You can distinguish the symbol of the fish engraved on the tip, barely
C'est
noticeable.
l'or qui fout la merde. En or.
We can see that this lance has a leaf shape, and well, it's in gold. I can see that a crucifix is engraved on the tip, just barely visible.
Il n'y a rien qui va, quoi, sur celui-ci, au moins.
Let's take a look at this lance here. It has a very special leaf shape. It is copper rimmed, and I can see a fish symbol engraved on the tip.
Forme des pieux, dis donc, ça fait trois symboles du poisson qui vont pas.
I can see that this lance has the shape of a boar spear. The blade is partially coated in copper, and I can just make
Oh,
out the
bordel,
symbol
je
of the
vois pas.
Eye of Ra engraved on the tip. I can see this lance has a spear shape, it is copper rimmed, and it has been engraved
Yes,
with the
c'est
symbol of the Christian fish on the tip. I must be sure of my choice. I cannot get it wrong. Am I absolutely sure this is the one to take?
On est pieux, cuivre. Oui. Rien à ramasser là. Nope. Bah, let's go. Direction les quais. Donc, toute seule.
I'm already pressed for time as it is. Mother's waiting for me on the wharf.
Ouais, pas beaucoup là. Eh, malheureusement.
De Richet, sticking your nose everywhere again.
Wow, what's the matter with him? Excuse me, monsieur, I don't follow you.
I haven't come all this way just to fail so close to the goal.
Why? What are you talking about?
I am talking about what you are doing. This conference is going to boost my career. There is no question of me letting you ruin everything. I just surprised Piaget and Volner talking. You are about to rob Mortimer. Give me what you took from him, immediately.
Let's keep calm, please. I don't know what you're
C'est quoi là? Malus. Ah oui,
talking about.
Oui.
I'll have to cut this short, quick. Look, I don't know what you're going on about, and I don't have time for this right now.
Don't bank on getting rid of me so easily, De Richet. Where have you been?
Alors. Bio. Politique. Je le dis même pas, ok.
Did Lord Mortimer tell you you could trust me?
Yes, but...
So, I'm working for him right now.
and you're wasting my time with your questions.
I-
Look, if he hasn't taken you into his confidence, then you shouldn't know yet.
I'll soon figure
J'ai
out what you
Napoléon.
are up to. And I am convinced that you have indeed robbed Mortimer. The game is up. Give me what you took from him.
You know, this is becoming an obsession with you.
Show me what you are carrying, or I will call the servants.
Je sais pas.
Very well. Fair is fair. You've exposed me. Here, this is what I took from him. Look, I'm sorry. I acted on a bizarre impulse.
I don't know either, and frankly, you have disappointed me. That said, it is not as bad as I thought it would be. Right. We'll leave it there. I'm glad that things have been cleared up.
So, are we finished here?
Indeed we are. I shall leave you.
That's right. Go play somewhere else. See you later, monsieur. Come on. I have to hurry up and join my mother at the wharf now.
Oh merde, Napoléon là. On commence par gagner Waterloo et après on discute. Merde. Alors, où suis-je? Où vais-je? Qu'est-ce qui me ramène?
An old sesterce from Roman Gaul.
Mais où ça? On peut y aller? Si? Ça vole ou pas? Si. On peut pas y aller, ok.
The Last Supper by Leonardo da Vinci. The last day before his crucifixion, Jesus announces that he will be betrayed by one of his disciples. Am I disturbing you?
Monsieur de Richet, it seems you are everywhere.
At least he hasn't noticed my arm.
Was Mr. von Wollner able to help you?
Help me?
Yes. For your armillary sphere.
Oh, yes, that.
Louis, everything all right?
Yes. Excuse me, I was miles away.
Oh, while you're here, you wouldn't know who the last guest is, would you?
What do you mean?
I heard Sir Gregory speaking about it. A certain Al-Asif something or other.
Who? What?
Obviously not. It's not important, forget it.
No, hang on.
It doesn't matter, I'm telling you. We'll find out soon enough. I'm in a hurry right now. I'm waiting for someone. See you later, Louis.
Shit. I haven't time either. See you later.
Ah, Louis. Perfect timing.
As luck would have it.
Come, my boy. I would like to have a word with you. Come closer,
Ah merde,
please.
pas pu prendre celui qui était sur la table.
It's time we had a little chat. I wanted you... Oh no, your hand! Damn it, no! So that's it. She's prepared to use you.
What do you mean?
It wasn't enough for her to lose her hand. She had to make you lose yours too. I cannot permit this to continue. Louis, it's time you found out the truth. I've been observing you since you arrived. I see you running all over the grounds in search of Sarah. I would like to prevent her from leading you even further down the wrong road.
The wrong road?
Louis, Sarah has made her own choices of her own free will, and I would like for you to have the same chance. You see, Sarah and I have known each other for a very long time, Louis. I am aware of her theory. About me, about Gregory, about the demons. She's right. Look at me. I have inhabited this body since 1191. For the last 602 years, I have been this dear William Mortimer.
But why me?
Why do I tell you about the greatest secret ever revealed to man?
That's right.
I'm coming to that. Don't worry.
What are the demons' projects for humanity?
Our aim has long since been to protect humanity from itself. On the other hand, although we give them the impulse to succeed, we don't all agree as to the path they take to achieve it.
Why should I trust you?
I'm not asking you to, Louis. If you are still in doubt about the demons, I can assure you that won't last long.
What has my mother got to do with all this?
She embarked on a crusade many years ago to kill all the demons.
That must have upset you. I imagine you retaliated.
No, I'm afraid she never forgave me.
Forgave what?
We met when she was still just a young woman. I appeared to her in a different form because I didn't want to reveal the identity of Lord Mortimer at that time. She was looking for someone interested in the occult to decipher an ancient book. We spent many years together, until I revealed my true nature to her.
What happened next?
She felt betrayed and manipulated, tricked. We had an argument. She rejected me, and then she simply disappeared. Just after that, she joined the Order and began to relentlessly hunt us down.
You've been Mortimer for 600 years? How long have the demons been among mankind?
I don't think I'd be lying if I said that we have always been here.
If I follow you, you must have witnessed some of the greatest moments in history.
You could certainly say that, yes.
Did you know ancient Egypt?
Oh, yes, yes. We were gods on Earth in those days.
What did men call you then?
Amenhotep IV.
The 10th pharaoh of the 18th dynasty?
Ooh, I see you're a connoisseur, Louis. Impressive.
Did you experience ancient Rome?
Oh, yes. Luxury and decadence, Louis. My family did indeed reign supreme, but from this period I retain only the works of my friend, Marcus Vitruvius Pollio.
I've noticed that you have a passion for the Crusades.
Among other things, yes. Mainly the third. It was during the siege of St. Joan of Arc that I took possession of Lord Mortimer.
And you've never changed skins or bodies since?
I have used other envelopes, but only to carry out very short tasks. Apart from that, indeed, I have been able to retain the identity of William Alexander Mortimer throughout the centuries.
Did you know ancient Greece?
In many ways, yes. One day Pericles, the next Parmenides. Just the memory of the time I spent working on acoustics with Pythagoras, well, it moves me quite deeply, to tell the truth.
Pericles. He's the one who brought Athens to its golden age, isn't he?
In a way, yes.
He established democracy and then died during an epidemic. It wasn't so long after his two sons passed away. Isn't that right?
Excuse me, Louis, I I would rather not relive any more of that, if you don't mind.
You seem to be fascinated by Christ. You weren't him, were you?
Oh, no, not at all. He was my father, though. Strange as it seems.
I beg your pardon? Am I dreaming? Ugh, please tell me I'm dreaming.
We should have the chance to talk about all that again later, but yes, he was my father. All the mythology surrounding Jesus of Nazareth really stems from my father's prideful need to show himself among men.
And you truly have the power to manipulate the thoughts of men.
That's right. Every demon has the capacity to infiltrate the minds of men and to read and steer their thoughts.
And what do you do with this power?
We help them, of course.
Of course you do. And you expect me to believe that, I suppose.
Louis, demon is just a word. It all depends on what exists beneath the surface. I understand that this isn't easy. The culture of men is centered on the fact that demons are responsible for all the evils on Earth.
But if it's the same in every single culture, then maybe there might be something to it. Don't you think?
Certainly there is something to it. Control. Man has spent his existence wishing to believe in the supernatural and imposing his belief on others. What could be more convenient for manipulating the masses? A perfect, inaccessible being and a plethora of demons in every one. The perfect idea to relieve men of all responsibility while still finding them guilty.
Can you tell me more about your capacities, your supernatural powers?
Supernatural? From my point of view, they are perfectly natural. Well, Louis, just because the monkey does not fly doesn't mean that we should consider the bird a supernatural creature. We are all part of a grand design. We are simply made like this. By developing our art, we are able to read thoughts as well as write in the minds of men. It is possible for us to make them bow to our desire, but it doesn't work without leaving some scars.
Lucifer, the fallen archangel, left heaven accompanied by 133,306,668 angels. Is it true that there are that many of you?
No, I assure you, Louis. Forget your Bible class. It's ridiculous. We are not angels. We don't have wings. There is certainly nowhere near 1,000,000 of us. And for that matter, no sacred human text represents us correctly. There are several families, and the family to which I belong has 8 siblings, including Gregory and myself.
Sir Gregory is your brother?
Yes, what can I say? You can't choose your family. But it is very difficult to know exactly how many of us there are, because a large number of our kind remain hidden, or never reveal themselves even to us.
You're the devil incarnate.
The devil? I'm not saying that all Judeo-Christian folklore hasn't served us, but the truth is, of course, something quite different. Please, don't look at us through the primitive prism of religions. I am not hiding any horns or goat's feet, Louis. I have no tail.
Why do you bring up folklore? You mean that you've taken advantage of people's beliefs?
No, not exactly. I mean that we in fact created them from scratch. It is amazing to see how mankind has such a strong need to believe in something superior to itself. It was very instructive for what was to come.
J'ai pas toutes les questions, hein. Bah non.
How would you qualify your species scientifically?
Good question. What is your area of expertise?
I'd say physics.
So, consider us like the mechanical vibration of fluids.
You mean sound?
That's right. The physical properties of acoustics are very similar to those of our abilities. Imagine us as something like waves.
chier.
Continue.
Louis, it's time you opened your eyes. Come, you'll soon see.
After you. If you could manipulate us mentally, what's the point of all the theatrics of the conference?
You must suspect that we asked ourselves that very same question. For many centuries, we didn't organize any conferences, and most of the time, it ended in civil war between demons. Many of us were killed during this period. The idea of organizing conferences was the answer to everything. The interest being to erect some rules among ourselves. Our family first divided up all the principal countries of the world. Now, whenever one of us wanted to propose a major change between these countries, they summon the demon in question and initiate a conference. The demon that
ça avance
initiates the
bien assez
proposition
vite chez lui.
doesn't have to give
Bien assez
notification
vite.
of the subject of the conference beforehand. Consequently, we participate along with our best assets. Once the humans are brought together, the conference begins, but we are forbidden to use
En
our
2022,
talents
j'ai
to
distribué
influence the participants. The first meeting is
673
held in
000
order
points.
to
Alors,
expose the subject to other participants, followed by several days of reflection, during
Ouais,
which
ça
we
va
are
pas
allowed
assez
to be
vite, là.
persuasive, but not to impose our will. A second meeting closes the
Non, Bob,
conference
non.
with a final vote.
Il doit attendre.
For you, it's a game, isn't it?
I understand your remark, but after living several centuries, you stand back and enjoy what reflection and pleasure you can.
So, von Borchert, he was looking for the Al-Azif for you.
Exactly. Al-Azif has always belonged to my family, Louis, and with good reason. My father wrote much of it. Can you tell me what you've done with...
What, you mean the Al-Azif?
No, I already know that. Sarah came here with
C'est
it
ça,
and
c'est
got rid of
sympa.
it. I was thinking of...
Oh, le
von
jeu
Borchert.
d'hier, ça
He
allait,
isn't
hein, comme j'ai dit,
essential,
c'est le
but
début.
he is a trusted
J'ai
person.
pas bloqué à faire 100
prisoner at
fois
our
la même
headquarters
chose en
in
boucle.
Paris.
All right.
Did what happened to Elizabeth Adams have
Après, je sais que ton
anything
jeu
to
va
do with
vraiment
you?
m'énerver tout de suite.
Unfortunately, the
M'ennuyer,
poor girl became an
m'agacer.
issue between us, in spite of herself. A family of demons is still a family, and as in all families, there are disputes. Elizabeth's family, the Adams, has always been under the patriarchal control of my father. As he and myself are not really on very good terms, sending poor Elizabeth here was terribly rude of him, really.
You did accept, though.
No, I would say
Non,
rather
non.
I was presented with a fait accompli by
Quand je bloquais sur un
Gregory
passage, je me doutais que
and
j'allais y arriver dans
with
pas
the
trop
intention
longtemps.
of helping her. But this is my
C'était le début du
castle,
jeu, il dure 20
and
heures,
everyone is the
forcément
master
les
of
3
their own
premières
home.
heures sont accessibles.
I hope I've answered all your questions, Louis. Come, I've something to show you.
There is one question that remains to be answered. Why me? Why tell me all of this?
Oh, haven't you guessed yet?
I mean, it's obvious you want me on your side, but that doesn't explain why you're telling me all these truths.
Louis, this conference is indeed of capital importance to me. And yes, I want you on my side. But that's not the main reason that compels me to confide in you.
What is it then?
Look, we are of the gods, Louis. Always have been. You, as much as me, you are one of us, Louis. You too are a demon.
Are you serious?
You know it. Deep down inside, you know I am telling you the truth. Where do you think that natural, charismatic presence comes from? Your talent must already have manifested itself somehow. Have you ever had any visions?
No. Stop it. It's absurd.
Have you never found yourself suddenly inside someone else's body, without knowing why?
No.
Whilst asleep, maybe? That's how it often happens the first time. Your spirit wanders unconsciously.
My mother can't have lied to me about that.
It's true. Your real mother would never have lied to you.
What do you mean?
Louis, I would rather you found this out from her own lips, but it's important that you know. Sarah is not your mother.
What?
I'm sorry you had to find out this way, Louis. but you must know the truth before you commit an irreparable act.
No, no, it's not possible.
You are my son.
Dun, dun, dun.
Not too shaken up. You've experienced many significant events since your arrival.
You can say that again.
For now, I think you ought to find Sarah, my son. You ought to talk things over with her.
So she's been lying to me all along?
Let her justify herself. What's done is done. Sarah must explain herself. You must clear the air. We'll have all the time we need to talk afterwards. But all in good time. Before you join her, I'd like to give you something. As a demon, I would like to introduce you to your first talent.
What do you mean?
Open your mind, my son. Relax. You hold immense power. It's already there, inside you. Empty your mind of all thoughts. Just let me show you the way.
I should relax.
Open your mind. Hear my voice. Feel the vibrations and listen to what has been happening to you deep inside, but which you have been concealing. Trust yourself. It's all already in there.
I can hear something.
Now breathe.
It's a sound, very faint.
That's right. Concentrate on it. My voice is growing fainter, but I am here.
Whispers, words, mixed voices.
Focus on one of them. Don't be afraid.
I sense a stream. Some words are clear, but not all of them.
Let them enter into your mind.
I hear them. Now I can hear a clear voice.
Well done, Louis. Congratulations.
What was it?
You are now able to read people's minds.
Cool.
What?
You heard me. From now on, whenever a human speaks to you, you will be able to read their current thoughts. So, if you need to know something in particular from someone, all you have to do is make them think about it.
But I'd be violating their minds, wouldn't I?
No, nothing of the sort. You won't really be penetrating their psyches. Let's just say you'll be picking up residual signals emitted by their thoughts. It isn't intrusive at all, rest assured. There are also a few rules you need to know that govern this talent when used between ourselves. You can read the thoughts of demons as well as of humans. But be careful. A demon more experienced than yourself will know that you are spying and will often react quite violently. It's considered bad form to play around the psyche of another demon. It's a question of courtesy. But let's be clear. What is most considered bad form is getting caught. So I would advise against trying to read the thoughts of Gregory, for example.
Home?
Yes, the old grump is touchy, and rather a stickler about the conventions. On that note, go and see Sarah, Louis. Otherwise, she might leave without you. We'll continue this discussion later, if you want. Just join me in my study when you've finished.
Alors... D'accord.
You're right. I need to go now. See you later.
Les pères, c'est bon.
One more thing. If you want to know the truth about your birth, ask her about Paris, 1763, at 12 Rue des Martyrs. That's where she disemboweled your mother to steal you from me.
Ah d'accord, rien que ça. Bonne ambiance.
It's not that I regret all these discussions, but I must hurry to the wharf.
qu'ils ont laissé traîner des trucs utiles. Ouais. Ah, c'est pas utile.
Emily, what are you doing here? You wouldn't have seen...
Je dois aller faire une petite pause. Ah, dans 2 minutes, même pas.
Mother?
Bah, décidément.
No, what's happened? No, Mother! No!
She's ruined my life, Louis. I am sorry.
What were you thinking?
Emma meant everything to me. Your mother destroyed everything by shooting her. She was me, and I was her.
Alors, psychologie, c'est vrai qu'il est... Alors, surtout pas interrogatoire logique. Surtout pas ça. Et ça, c'est interrogatoire aussi, ça. Attendez. Pas interrogatoire logique, c'est interrogatoire. Ah non, c'est conviction.
Tu l'as. I needed to talk to her. She was going to tell me everything.
I am sorry. I did what Emma would have done.
Get out of here. Why have you always lied to me? Why didn't you ever tell me I was his son?
Je pouvais l'empêcher de la tuer. Comme ça, je peux arriver à temps pour sauver...
rational and open. I spent my whole life swimming in lies. Emily, what a waste. I feel like I know nothing. That I have to learn everything all over again. I'm a demon. I age more slowly. I can mentally manipulate people. I don't even know if it's a good thing or a curse. No, this is an advantage. I could get used to this pretty quickly, I think. Damn it, what a mess. Come on, man up, Louis. I'm still the same old me. Demon or not, I'm still in charge of my actions. And this father, I know nothing about. Yes, I've still got a lot to learn. It's enough to drive you crazy. Everything I believed in, nothing holds true anymore. Pull yourself together, man. I need to find some answers. There's no way of being alone for a minute. Sir Gregory?
Good day, Louis. I think it would be good to talk. How are you feeling?
I don't know.
I understand. I heard that William spoke to you at last about our nature and our family. It's a good thing, but you must be a bit shaken up.
That's the least you can say.
I bid you welcome among us, Louis. Knowing William, he probably didn't go into any detail about her. Family, so if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask.
What's Lord Mortimer's problem?
I think he allows himself to be devoured by a need for recognition.
Has he always been like that?
More or less, but thinking about it, I believe that the birth of our latest sibling greatly accentuated his discomfort.
Do you think he's jealous?
I didn't realize you were so good at behavioral analysis. Indeed, William certainly is prone to jealousy. Finding one's place, notably in the eyes of our father, is not easy, and we each do what we can to succeed. But I can't justify this perpetual rebellion against our rules.
Is there a head of the family?
You'll see. You'll meet them all, of course, when you are ready. They created us and set out the rules, especially our father. As for our mother, she retired from the political stage. We don't see her much anymore. I think that all these questions simply bore her.
How many of us are there in the family?
We are 8 brothers and sisters.
What do you mean by brothers and sisters if we can change bodies?
You reason with logic. We have retained the human habit. When we first come into this world, we retain a certain attachment to our first envelope. If we are born as a man, we are brothers. If we are born as a woman, we are sisters. But I must admit, it has absolutely no real importance. They're just bodies.
Well, tell me then, are there any other families like ours?
There are officially 7, but we're the oldest and therefore the most powerful.
I see. There is still much to learn.
Yes, it's true. You've got some catching up to do, my boy. One thing you must understand, regarding any disagreements that might arise between William and myself, is his position with regard to mankind.
What do you mean?
Well, for centuries we've been trying to help, and therefore preserve humanity. Monarchies are simple and practical. They enable us to inspire humanity efficiently, and I can't understand why William wants to replace them with democracy.
But if your intention is not to dominate the human race, why not let them be master of their own destinies?
I perfectly understand this type of reaction from you, less from William. The main thing you're lacking is time. Man is transient, and one of his particularities is that he does not learn from the errors of his peers. He uses up an incredible amount of energy building and destroying whatever he himself has put into place. If we weren't here to help them, guide them, I sincerely believe that humanity would have become extinct by now. On the other hand, we are eternal. When we plan ahead, we do it for the long term.
Yes, I understand, but that's more like tyranny, isn't it?
Well, it's all a question of your point of view. From man's point of view, I can understand how he would have that impression if ever he found out. But don't forget your true nature. From the demon's point of view, in other words, ours, letting man do as he thinks fit would equate to letting him race to his own demise.
But what about man's freedom to choose?
That is man's worst enemy, Louis. Imagine a creature that dies without reaching the age of adulthood. It remains a child. We have to help him, otherwise he will put himself in danger. It has taken centuries for our family to establish relative peace between demons. Thanks to this policy, we have been able to decide everything by confining the other families to subordinate roles. And now William is obsessed with disrupting everything.
Peace between demons? What do you mean?
I'm not talking about conflicts within our family. If that was all there was, everything would be fine. But several other families, younger but nonetheless powerful, are trying to upset the balance. At present, we dominate most of the major countries around the globe. But some families are pushing, via less influential countries, to gain ground. Do you understand?
As best I can, yes.
When the time comes, you must take up a position on the political chessboard. I only hope your father doesn't take you down with him.
Are you trying to warn me that I'm in danger?
That, Louis, will be up to you to choose. Most of all, make sure you don't pick the wrong side. William has had all the time he needs to think about this. You do not. I'm sorry to say this, but this first choice might well be of capital importance to your future. I want you to make an informed choice. Now go and see your father, see what he has to say, and then think it over very carefully.
That's exactly what I intended to do. Thank you, Uncle.
Don't mention it. If I've been able to help you in any way, go now.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
Pardon me, monsieur, but I have work to do.
Louis, busy as always, I see. How lucky you are. I must admit I'm trying to kill the boredom myself.
I get the impression we're all in the same boat.
And here I was thinking you might have some juicy gossip.
Bah, je viens de perdre une main, mec.
Me?
Rien à foutre.
Nothing at all. And you?
I would like to be able to say yes, but it's been dead quiet. The only one with anything to say is Duke Manuel. But with that accent of his, I don't understand a word he says. It's exasperating.
Right. I've wasted enough time. I'll keep our conversation to myself, Mr. President. Anyway, I must be going now.
See you later, Louis.
Meeting. J'ai eu ça, d'accord. Et puis j'ai raté l'escalier là. Ah, tiens, t'es là.
I haven't the time.
Ok, ça va faire foutre, hein. Écoute. Mais j'ai raté l'escalier, c'est pas possible, hein. Ouais, j'ai pas un truc complet, j'ai un truc que j'ai loupé. La merde dans les yeux. Ah oui, c'était là que ça montait. C'est qu'il y a une escalier qui descendait, mais non. Let's go.
Louis, I was sure you would stay. I'm proud of you. You have made the right choice. You must have been disappointed not to have been able to speak to Sarah one last time. I would have liked her to tell you herself.
Well, I guess I'll never know now.
True. Even so, there is one more thing I haven't told you about her. Sarah was my daughter.
What? But why didn't you tell me the truth about her?
I thought that might be too many truths to absorb at one time. I intended to tell you afterwards. You were in a hurry, so I made a decision. You've been able to understand and choose for yourself. How do you feel?
Hard to say. Quite curious to find out more. My whole way of thinking has been blown apart in just a couple hours.
What could be more normal? It may have been a bit brutal, but you've just grown up in a very short space of time. From now on, you can influence your own future. I will guide you. We've all the time we need.
You're not the first to make me that offer.
What do you mean by that?
Your brother, Sir Gregory.
Gregory. Why am I not even surprised? What did he say?
Bon, ça, il m'a remercié. Ah oui. On parlait du jeu, là.
According to him, the family is a prickly subject for you.
He exaggerates. I don't have
j'aurais pu
problems with
beaucoup plus
all our
souffrir, c'est
family,
sûr.
far from it. I admit I find it difficult to follow the path set out before me sometimes. I don't share their vision, and they don't understand me.
They find you unstable.
I don't impose anything on anyone. I'm just following my own path.
But where does it lead?
I suppose I should explain. For centuries now, demons have emerged in and around great leaders all over the world. But like true tyrants, they have governed with an iron fist in a studded glove.
That's the impression I get.
But you see, people's discontent is increasing, and they are too high up to hear it. They take themselves for gods. Sooner or later, the people will turn against us, just as they have in the past. Each time it's happened, many of us have died. We must master the humans, yes, but gently. And the best way of doing that is by allowing them a free choice, Louis.
Écoutez le sadisme de Shelby qui ne pense qu'à faire du mal aux hommes. Alors je mets que des jeux notés en dessous de 70 sur 100 sur Metacritic. Dans le lot, il y a des jeux, je me dis, oh, ils sont mal notés, mais je pense qu'ils vont moins être désagréables à faire que l'autre. Ça oui. J'ai pas mis que des jeux où je me dis, ça va être l'enfer sur Terre de les faire. La sélection, c'est des jeux avec moins de 70 sur 100 et qui sont streamables. Parce qu'il y a beaucoup de jeux qu'on a obtenus par Epic, qui sont par exemple des jeux 8 bits, machin, enfin, ultra gros pixels, tout ça. C'est comme si je streamais un émulateur de Game Boy. À streamer, ce serait immonde. Mais du coup, bah voilà. Comme là, j'ai enlevé le jeu Tour de France, parce que je sais qu'en fait, ça serait inintéressant d'y jouer 2 ou 3 heures. Que rien que la prise en main du jeu, à mon avis, ça va être ce temps-là. C'est pour ça que je l'ai enlevé.
You really are trying to liberate men.
Of course not entirely, no. It is easier to keep control over people who slumber than people who are oppressed. A man with nothing to lose is a dangerous man. Whereas, if you give him a roof, food, and entertainment, he will do whatever you want. The best way of getting them to achieve something is to make them think it was their idea. For that, they have to feel as if they are free.
Hang on. What do you mean?
Look at the United States. From the start, I introduced an idea that will change everything. The idea that everything is possible. Everyone can become someone. Is there anything more beautiful?
You mean it's not true?
Man can move mountains when he believes it is in his own interest. And what nobler cause is there than his own freedom?
Do you have any more examples?
Of course.
Tiens, Chibi. Pour toi, ça.
And what would you propose for women?
They must be given the right to work and to vote. Look, at the moment, they don't work. They take care of raising children. What a mistake. We have to get them out of the house.
Oh bah super, un
Make them
féministe,
work.
quoi.
In this way, not only will they become consumers, but they will also delegate the job of education to the system. We could guide humanity from a young age, Louis, don't you see? Today, we are wasting too
Voilà où
much
ça nous
time.
mène, votre émancipation. Hein, dès le plus jeune âge, on manipule les gosses. Bravo, hein, j'espère que t'es fier de toi.
Talk to me about slavery.
Well, take the slave trade, for example. It's an archaic practice that simply has to stop. Today, black slaves of America work for free and in unbearable
ça,
conditions.
par contre,
Tomorrow,
ouais, non, ça va pas,
if
ça.
you free the blacks and offer them work along with a salary, they will bless you for it. Then, they will be integrated into the system. They will be taxable. Once they are free, they will have to work for a roof, pay taxes, and feed their families. Maybe we could take away the civil rights of prisoners, for example. In this way, we'll keep control of all those who respect the system and benefit from the others as workforce.
Et du coup, c'est peut-être ce problème-là chez Lee qui est la source de ce que fait Norman. Hein. Ah, c'est à cause des féministes. Hein. Ça va être sa ligne de défense, je
By
pense.
harping on this concept of good and evil, guilt and redemption, look where men are now, locked up in beliefs that should no longer exist. It's time for men to rediscover themselves and to take control of their lives, as they really are, without any moral judgment.
Tell me what you think about progress.
Progress is essential, Louis. It's the future.
What else?
Progress must liberate humanity from burdensome chores. Progress must replace man wherever his presence is not obligatory. It creates both the desire and the need. It will liberate women as soon as the machines are able to do all the chores in the home automatically. It will bring men together by bringing a faster means of locomotion. Look at the Cultural Revolution that printing brought about. But the most important of all has already been laid. The foundation stone. Freedom of speech. the First Amendment of the Constitution. There must be opponents to every project. So, above all, don't develop a one-track approach, otherwise man won't have enough room for expression to feel free. If man sees his chains, he will only want to break them. If we give men the feeling that they are free, I am convinced that they will exceed their limits. And it is only from that condition that humanity shall rise up.
But do you want to dominate or raise humanity higher?
I want it to advance. I want it to progress. Man is our vessel. If he progresses, then so do we. Wouldn't you like to know what we really are?
Who do you mean? Demons?
Yes, us. Our species. I've been searching for centuries, trying to find a way to explain the reason of our existence. But humanity has not yet evolved enough to make any progress on the subject. I am convinced that the sciences will bring that knowledge someday.
So, that's your objective, is it? To understand who we are. I understand your goal, but the change you propose is not really a significant one. It is merely more smoke and mirrors.
You must understand that we directly depend on men. Consequently, we have to do our utmost to help them progress and to prevent them from killing each other.
And you think that's been a success? Humanity? It's almost always at war. And it's been this way forever.
Look, I'm not saying that the task is easy. We've all had failures. And at times we have even suffered from conflicts on our own side. I'm doing my best to improve the situation. Our family clings to its privileges and to the past. And that's how they are putting us in danger. The time has come for change. Now that you know your true nature, there are still a few things I need to teach you.
What do you mean exactly?
A new skill, and not the least, Louis. It's about taking control of a person.
I don't see how I could do that.
I shall help you the first time.
How do you do it?
It's an animal resonance. How it works is still a bit unclear even to us.
Like a wave or a sound?
That seems the most likely, yes. In my opinion, demons are capable of tuning their psychic frequency to that of others. That is why, for example, I tend to surround myself with deaf and dumb servants. The servants dressed in black. I infiltrated them. I opened a channel between them and me, and then I deprived them of speech and hearing. This way, no other demon can turn them against me.
Okay, let's not waste any more time.
I deduce that you're impatient to master what's in store for you. That is good. I thought I'd mix business with pleasure for this first time.
What do you mean by that?
The conference will come to a close shortly, as you know. Not that I'm fed up with archaic diplomacy, but it's time to ensure the success of this project. To make this happen, I would like Piaget to inform the Pope
You're going
he
to
has
use
changed
your powers to
sides.
alter the votes?
The real game is about to begin, Louis. Up till now, the guests have been sizing each other up. From now on, it's time for Gregory and myself to play, as well as you yourself. Now, here is my plan. I would like you to join His Eminence in his room.
Just play along. We'll see when the time comes. Very well. And then?
You're going to have to trust me. What we're going to do is painless for the human you are going to invade.
Invade?
Yes. You're going to enter his mind and take control. You're going to influence his actions, make him speak, then concentrate. You must focus on him in order to feel his thoughts. Then, while speaking, you must link with him. Once you're done, you will naturally find your way to the source and enter into his thoughts.
But what if I fail?
Trust in your instincts. You just have to let yourself go. You have the skill. Let your nature come to the fore. You'll see. If you fail, you'll be in for some light banter with His Eminence. That's all. There's nothing to be afraid of.
Very well.
Perfect. Go now. The Cardinal is in his room. You will have to write a letter to the Pope as if Piaget had written it himself. In this letter, tell the Pope that whatever happens during the conference, he must follow my propositions. But be careful. In order to protect himself from counterfeiters, the Pope had Piaggi's hand tattooed with a symbol to be sure of his identity. You'll see when you're inside him. You'll understand. Once it's written up, just bring it back to me, and I'll send it off immediately.
All right, I'll take care of it.
Alors, il est où Piaggi? C'était de ma chambre à moi.
Emily, can I come in?
No, it's not a good time. Not right now. Leave me alone.
I can tell from your voice that there's something wrong. Let me in. We have to talk, Emily.
I said no, goddamn you.
Rien à foutre. Quand tu viens de tuer ma mère, à un moment, faut qu'on discute, peut-être, non?
You've been drinking. Why aren't I surprised? Do you think you'll find the solution in alcohol?
Get out of here, Louis. I told you not to come in.
First your sister, now my mother? How far will your anger go?
Do you really think I'm not suffering? You know nothing. You understand nothing.
On the contrary, everything that goes on in here is much bigger than you and me. You made your choices and now you're going to have to take responsibility for them. Look, I must tell you something important. Emily, listen to me.
I'm fed up with talking.
It's about what's happening here. It's about Mortimer and home.
I know they are demons.
That's not all.
Go on.
I'm one of them, Emily. I'm a demon too.
I know.
But how?
Sir Gregory stopped by to tell me. He wanted to bid me welcome.
I don't understand.
Welcome to the family.
You? You're his daughter?
Mortimer's daughter, Louis.
That makes you my sister?
Yes.
Oh non, il a couché avec sa
Just the
sœur.
thought of the night when I suggested that we... I feel so ashamed, Louis. And that means Emma is your sister too.
Oh, shit. I spent the night with my own sister?
I was attracted to you from the moment we first spoke on the boat. Now I understand
Ouais,
why.
c'est ça, c'est ça.
Do you realize what that means? I'm
Family
a
business.
monster.
Ouais, vas-y. On fait une horreur, voilà, il je la
I
taper.
am one as well. When I think of my feelings for you, that feeling, it hurts all of a sudden. She's there. I can feel her inside me. She's trying to read my thoughts. Emily, don't do that. Get out of my mind, please. Let me remind you that it's forbidden between demons.
Sorry, Louis. I didn't want to.
I have a sister.
It's very strange for me too. A sister for a brother.
Yes.
Yes. I must get some rest. I must ask you to leave me now.
All right, but don't finish that bottle.
Don't start now.
Sympa la tenue là du coup.
To get some sleep.
I'll be leaving you then. Thank you, Emily.
Un petit fan service là. Oui, c'est ça, j'y vais, mais sinon, par rapport à la famille. Rien à prendre. Et là, ARP, tu restes là et juste tu bouges pas et tu respires fort. Et tu ne bouges pas. Le temps qu'elle se réveille.
Golden elixir. Consume without excess.
Une porte. La sortie, c'est là-bas. Ah, c'est qui? C'est machin? Non, c'est le mode Goodbye, ok. Je suis parti dans le mauvais sens. C'est qui là? Là, c'est moi, et du coup, le petit il est à côté. Wow, 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 wow. Là,
Monseigneur, His Eminence Cardinal Piaggi.
j'espère qu'il est dans sa chambre et pas encore en train de bouffer.
Ah, well. Louis, what brings you back to my chambers?
May I sit down?
Of course, Louis. Don't you feel good?
Yes, but if I'm gonna pass inside you, I'd better sit myself down first.
It's nothing, don't worry about it.
Well, what can I do for you?
Right. Now I need to concentrate. I wanted to speak to you, Your Eminence.
On s'en fout de sa main.
I wanted to thank you for your help. I mean, for your time talking to me about the Holy Lance.
Oh? And did you find it? It's the crusade of a lifetime for some people, Louis. You are searching for another holy grail.
You're nearly there. Link into his thoughts. Does it annoy you at all?
But what on earth is he trying to get at? Why do you ask, Louis? I don't follow.
For the glory, Your Eminence. I can feel it coming. It's working.
What insolence? Why, really? I am a man of the church, Louis. May God keep me from such ambitions.
Right. Let me in, Your Eminence.
Why?
Oula.
I've done it. I've done it, damn it.
Ça y est, je suis un vieux.
This is just crazy.
Ah, il est génial ce corps.
Look at yourself, Louis. You better not get caught. Whoa. I still need to get used to this body. So, let's see about what Mortimer asked me. Right. Well, it's time I got started. Let's see what I can find here to help me write that letter. I have no means to validate my forgery, so I better take my time with it and not make any mistakes. There are 2 letters from the Pope on the desk. I should be able to get a clue or 2 by checking how well they correspond to each other. And here are 3 stamps. All are different.
Plus vendre ton bon, change ton bon, il rend ma devise. GG. Ah, attendez. La date. 8. Je sais pas. Alors, je vois pas la logique sur le truc. Ok, le truc à la fin, j'ai pas la EH, HBCF.
Right. Well, let's start writing. Lord Mortimer asked me to discredit Sir Gregory and to announce Piaggi's final vote in his favor. As an introduction, Your Holiness, thank you for your trust.
Ah. C'était les deux.
It turns out, now that I'm here, that I find Lord Mortimer's projects grant us many more advantages in comparison to what Sir Gregory had suggested. We are talking about the future of the Holy See. There. That should be enough to justify the change of vote.
Bon, là, il nous dit de le tampon, la devise du pape, d'accord. Mais c'est le EHHBCF machin, c'est lié à la date, j'ai pas la ref.
In one of the letters, the Pope asked Piaggi to change and to stop using his personal stamp. He asked him to use the one with the Pope's motto on it. And I remember that. Flore in Domo Domini. Giustizia, misericordia e umiltà. Boy, I gotta brush up my foreign languages. On it is written, Flore in Domo Domini. There's a kind of code composed of 6 letters that they always write under the dates of their correspondence. According to Mortimer, it's got something to do with Piaggi's tattoo. I guess I'll have to write one for today's date. Now, ideally, it'd be better to do without it, but I'm going to need to be extremely clever here. Today, the date is 24/01/1793. In the letters from the Pope, there are 6 letters just below the date, 2 just below the month, 4 others below the year. Piaggi's tattoo. It must be used to establish a connection between the letter of the concentric circle and the numbers shown in the middle. Some figures are the same in both codes, yet they correspond to different letters. The day is not translated. That must be the key to the code. Today the date is 24/01/1793.
Voilà. Attendez. Ah. On est le 24-1.
Today the date is 24/01/1793.
Oui, donc. Mais du coup, ouais, d'accord, 24, je vois que c'est... Vous faites rien d'autre, là? Ah si, d'accord.
Today the date is 24/01/1793.
Non, je suis gouré. Je comprends rien en fait.
In the letters from the Pope, there are 6 letters just below the date, 2 just below the month, 4 others below the year. Piaggi's tattoo. It must be used to establish a connection between the letter of the concentric circle and the numbers shown in the middle.
D'accord, ouais. Donc on a quoi au milieu? Monte ta main s'il te plaît. 31, 3, 10, 17, 24. Pourquoi le 30? Mais putain, monte ta main, connard! Parce
Some figures are the same in both codes, yet they correspond to different letters. The day is not translated. That must be the key to the code. Today the date is 24/01/1793.
Je vais recommencer depuis le début.
Today the date is 24/01/1793.
On va comprendre les codes qui sont en dessous là. Comment il est arrivé à EH, HBCE en fait. 17. C'est E, d'accord. Ensuite le H. Pourquoi GJ, ah d'accord. GG, est-ce que c'est... Ah non, je sais pas, déjà. Celui d'au-dessus, je vois pas pourquoi il a mis GJ alors que c'est 31, ça aurait dû être I. Donc, non, j'ai pas la logique. HB. Pourquoi je comprends rien du tout. Je comprends pas du tout la logique des autres codes déjà. Tout random là pour moi sinon. Du code, ouais bah non. Comment avec le 31 il arrive à G, J, G, H. Bah oui c'est ça, bah je sais que c'est avec la main. Je te doute bien, mais j'essaie de comprendre pourquoi la date du 31-12-1792 devient GJ machin. Il dit ouais, la clé c'est la date du jour. Mais je vois pas quelle clé c'est en fait. Je me doute que la main ait fait tout le truc depuis tout à l'heure, Bob, quand même. Là, le 30... Autant le deuxième, le 17, et ben je vois que c'est le E sur sa main, du coup, d'accord, 17 devient la première lettre E, à la limite. Alors, pour les 5 chiffres, les 5 lettres après, j'ai pas la moindre explication. Et la première date, bah le G, je sais absolument pas d'où il sort. Comme ça, c'est réglé. Et... je ne vois aucune explication. Attends, 31, 12. Alors, attends. Sinon, tu dis que c'est la clé. Que ce serait pas. Non, j'avais trouvé une explication, mais non. Quoique, alors attends. Si je fais 17 plus 0, on arrive à 17, ça fait 17 plus 1, ça fait 18. C'est entre E, entre 17 et 24, donc c'est H. Donc c'est H. 17 plus 7, ça fait 24. 24, il est situé sur le A. Bah non, ça marche pas. Putain! Quand ça fonctionnait sur les 3 premiers. 17 plus 9, 26. Le 26, il est où? Il est entre A et F. Non, ça marche pas. Là, quand il dit que c'est la clé, d'accord, il y a une clé de 17 qui est utilisée après sur le 0 fait E. Sur le H fait 1, sur le H fait 1, mais... c'est... je vois pas du coup. Ça marche bien aussi, 31 plus 1, ça fait 32, donc on est au-dessus du 31, c'est bien G. 31 plus 2... bah non, je sais pas. H... de toute façon, ça donnerait toujours à peu près la même chose dans ces cas-là. E, pourquoi E? Pourquoi J? Ou est-ce qu'il faut à chaque fois faire de 17 en 17? Non, ça marcherait pas non plus. Ça marcherait pas non plus. Bon, imaginons. Là... c'est la clé de 2. Non, ça marche pas. Putain. Aucune logique. Je trouve les premiers... je sais pas, non, même le J de GJ, là, le deuxième truc, déjà, rien que là, j'ai pas explication. Ah, non. 18, ça marcherait. Là, ce truc-là, en fait, pour moi, c'est 17 plus 0. Et 17. Le 17, il est en face du E. D'accord. Le H, d'avoir un truc genre 17 plus 0 plus 1 ou juste 17 plus 1, ça fait H. Donc, parce que ça fait 18, donc c'est entre 17 et 24. D'accord. Bah là, la même chose. 17 plus 1, ou 17 plus 0 plus 1 plus 1. On est entre 17 et 24, donc à nouveau, ça fait H. Mais cette logique pour le B, est-ce que ça fait 17, 18, 19, 25? Est-ce que 25, ça... Non, on n'arrive pas du tout à B, 25. Le B, c'est juste égal à 7, point. 7, le H, ouais, non. Ce qui est logique pour un truc ne l'est pas pour l'autre. Là, 31 plus 1, bon, bah ça fait 32, on est au-dessus de 31, d'accord pour G. Le J, comment il sort là? Et 31 plus 1 plus 2, ça marche à nouveau. Ça nous fait du 34, c'est-à-dire 31, 1, 2, 3, J, d'accord. Donc avec la même logique, je peux trouver ça et ça. Ensuite, le G. Et ben là, je l'ai plus du tout. Sauf à ce que, bah, quand quand G est sous le 1, G est sous le 1. Quand H est sous le 1, H est sous le 1. D'accord. J'ai toujours pas l'explication sur les trois dernières lettres. Pourquoi on a HFJ bah, à nouveau, 2, d'accord. C'est lié. Mais là, j'ai pas de concordance. Je sais pas comment j'arrive à B. Je sais pas du tout comment j'arrive à B, c'est entre 3 et 10. Je vois pas la logique. Hein. Mais non, vraiment, je vois pas du tout. H. 11. 11. Non, bah non. Je l'ai pas du tout. MJ. Preneur de toute idée là, parce que vraiment je sèche. J'ai pas envie d'utiliser 10 points. Voilà. Putain, j'ai le début du coup. Hein. On a dit ça va être 24 plus 0. Ça va être A. Donc ça commencerait par AF. Avec la même logique. Ou alors, c'est simple. Une truande. Je comprends pas. Ouais, il n'y a peut-être pas besoin de comprendre en fait. Là, j'ai 7 jours de différence entre ça et ça. Du coup, j'ai juste à tout décaler de 7. Après, ça va juste être là-dessus que ça va te poser souci. Là, il n'y a pas 7. C'est-à-dire que là, du coup, EH deviendra forcément AF, comme j'avais prévu.
Today the date is 24/01/1793. Today the date is 24/01/1793.
Du coup, HB. Et ben, du coup, on va nous faire... décaler de 2 crans, donc ça, on va reprendre le F du coup. Logique.
Today the date is 24/01/1793.
Si on n'a pas la clé, peut-être qu'on a quand même un moyen de s'en sortir. Donc là, ça va être C, parce que le B devient C.
Today the date is 24/01/1793.
Donc ça va pas par ici. Le C devient H.
Today the
Je sais pas si vous m'avez suivi ou si je vous ai perdu.
24/01/1793.
Et F, qui est là, bah, c'est risqué. C'est risqué le F. Ça devient un G ou un J selon qu'on était au début ou à la fin du F. C'est une chance sur deux en fait, là ça fait chier. Imaginons que c'est 30, 30 plus 7, parce que je passe de 24 à 7, 30 plus 7, je me retrouve ici. Donc, il sera G ou B en fait, mais non pas J, G ou B. Et ça peut être J aussi en fait, c'est une sur 3, mais il y a... On va dire... ouais, ça a plus de chances d'être B, et pourtant, vu la logique, je vais quand même mettre G, parce qu'il faudrait que ça soit 1, 2. Allez.
Today is the 24/01/1793.
Est-ce qu'on part là-dessus? What is the question? Allez. J'espère que je saurai si le code est bon. Quand même, s'il vous plaît.
Your Eminence, all ready to send...
Ah merde.
What's he doing here?
Damn it! That's all I need.
C'est quoi le malus que j'ai là? L'effort.
Don't worry, he can't hear us.
What do you mean he can't hear us? What's going on here, Piaggi?
Alors lui. Pas d'occultisme, ok.
Calm down now. Monsieur de Richet came to see me because he was having anxiety attacks and wanted something to help him relax. I'm afraid I've been a little heavy-handed.
You can say that again.
I was about to fetch someone to take care of him. Would you care to go?
There he is, and there he stays. The perfect opportunity.
What do you mean?
It's been a while now that I've been hoping for a chance to get rid of him. Can you keep a secret?
Of course, my son. Would you like to tell me under the confidentiality of confession?
Ah, don't talk rubbish. I don't trust the little runt because he is Mortimer's son. Would you believe it?
How does he know?
Dear God, how is that possible? I am flabbergasted.
We've wasted enough time. What if he wakes up? If you don't want to get your hands dirty, just turn away and leave everything to me.
This is not a decision to be taken lightly.
You're defending him now.
What are you talking about? Of course not.
He's made you change sides, hasn't he? The slime bag. He works for Mortimer. Good thing I already tried to warn Gregory.
I refuse to get involved. That's against the rules, for heaven's sake.
The rules? The consequences of the conference could well destabilize the world order. It's our duty to shelve Mortimer's project. And to accomplish that, anything goes.
Monsieur von Von, I always act in the best interest of all. I assure you.
Everyone's entitled to an opinion.
You must have lost your mind to want to take such an extreme course of action.
No one's asking you to help me do it.
You can't attack him without running the risk of jeopardizing the conference.
Even though Sir Gregory has the edge?
No, Gregory will never forgive you.
Very well, Piaggi, you win.
I refuse to let you do the first thing that comes into your head.
I don't know what the two of you are up to, but I'll find out sooner or later.
Right. Time for me to get back into my body.
Right. Don't just stand there, Louis. Mortimer's waiting for you in the red salon.
Salon rouge, c'est là où on bouffe. Je vous ai ramassé par là, oui.
Crucifixion of St. Peter. He was crucified upside down, out of humility. Surprising for an entrance hall.
Ah non, c'était pas là, ok. Donc, pas venu pour rien. D'autres trucs à ramasser. On va faire tout le tour, hein. Cool, ça. Bien. Voilà.
So, Louis, what was your first time like? Bewildering, isn't it?
Here's your letter. I have to admit, the experience was utterly amazing.
Come, tell me more.
Tell me more, tell me more.
Well, honestly, my stomach was just turning in circles.
That reminds me of my first time. Ooh, but you did it. Gregory, what can I do for you?
I've just come to make sure dear Louis has all the information he needs.
Needs for what?
You are free to make your own choices, William. I would like the same for him, too.
There's nothing I want more, Gregory.
Your schemes will lead to your demise, brother. Don't involve Louis. He has nothing to do with all this. The end of the conference approaches, and this masquerade will soon be torn asunder. Don't drag him down with you in your disgrace.
Oh, ye of little faith.
On the contrary, brother, Louis has just entered the family. Give him a chance to find his place.
His place?
What place is that?
At the end of a leash, like all the others.
Don't listen to him. He's angry with our father.
And with good reason. He governs us in the same way he governs humanity. Through fear and submission.
Same old tune. When will you understand that it's necessary to impose order for things to move forward properly?
You are under his thumb and proud of it. Open your eyes, for crying out loud. His whole system has become outdated, and he's too old to see it. He will lead us to our demise.
Here he goes with another of his grand speeches. William has always been fond of staging big scenes. It's his theatrical side.
Does he have an inferiority complex?
I've told him time and time again, Louis. He always has to take it one step too far.
How dare you? You are blind, brother. Even if the evidence bit you on the nose, you still wouldn't see it. I feel sorry for you.
Tea is drunk hot or not at all, William. When will you learn? It's too bitter. You shouldn't let it brew so long.
I knew you'd be coming along. You are so predictable.
Methodical, I would say. Things must be accomplished in the right order if we want the world to keep turning as it does.
You came here to warn me, sir.
No, to advise you.
Advise me against my father. Why?
I think you are capable of deciding for...
You haven't answered my question. Why warn me against my father? What are you afraid he will do to me?
Well, I wouldn't want him to lead you into... I don't know what absurd adventure in which...
You act as though I were in danger.
I agree with Louis, Gregory. You're trying to pass me off as a villain about to devour him.
That's not funny, William. I won't let him follow you.
You see, Louis, Gregory came here to make you change your mind. It's time for things to change. I acknowledge Father has done many good things for humanity, but his time is over, and now he must pass on the torch.
That's enough. There, Louis. That's the pathetic example your father has to offer. I really am sorry about what happened to you. You don't know our family yet. We can't have given you a very good impression, but bear in mind that we are all against William's project.
On the contrary.
If he insists on going through with it, we will have no other choice than to intervene by force. Consequently, my dear Louis, you're going to have to choose sides. I would much rather have met you in different circumstances.
There you are, Louis. See what happens when you don't follow their orders to the letter.
Louis, I'm afraid the time to decide is now. If you follow William, he will drag you down with him. If, on the other hand, you support me, I can assure you that nothing will happen to you. You won't be blamed for your father's errors.
Ah, the masks are off. I offer you liberty. He obliges you to choose, and shamelessly asks you to betray your own father. That is their true face.
Right. Before I answer, well, I'd better think it over very carefully. Do I intend to embrace my demon nature and take my place on the chessboard? Do I stay out of it and do my utmost to stop them? Or do I renounce my nature and do all I can to stay human? It's useless trying to resist my true nature. I'm a demon. May as well accept it. The sooner, the better. Even if I continue to live as a human, all my friends and acquaintances will inevitably end up dying. And I'll be left on my own, forever. I'm a demon and I have to behave like one. The sooner, the better.
So? What do you choose, Louis?
Aucune raison de l'école, mais je vais parler tout le jeu.
I shall follow my father, Sir Gregory.
Very well. But don't say I didn't warn you.
Please, don't take offense, but I just can't turn my back on him.
It's time we finished what we started, brother. The final vote of the conference over the acquisition of Louisiana will take place in a few hours. I propose you gather your troops and prepare to close the debate.
That's precisely what I was going to suggest.
Come, follow me. It's time for us to get ready.
Do you really think we have a chance of winning?
A chance? You don't know me very well, Louis. We are going to win.
But it only takes one person to vote against us, and we'll have lost.
That's true. That's why none of them will. Why? Because I have an asset that they do not.
Which is?
You. My friends, prepare yourselves. The conference is about to resume. The time has come to lay down all our cards.
Ah, j'ai tout réussi. Bon, nickel. Oh, mince, il en manque un peu. J'ai 8 points. Et j'aurais aucun à lire. Ok. Je mets pas mal de trucs au niveau 2 là. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Non, ça va pas suffire. Manipulation, psychologie, politique. Ça non. Je peux faire passer. Non, pas manipulation du coup. Pas assez pour ces trucs là en fait. Aucun truc que je peux mettre au niveau 3. Quand on va mettre plein de trucs au niveau 2. Logique. J'échoue des confrontations pour gagner des points. C'est bizarre leur truc. Ok. Ticket ou agilité. Agilité, on s'en fout un peu.
From now on, whenever a human speaks to you, you will be able to read their current thoughts.
You take care of getting the lance. It's imperative. I'll take care of preparing our departure.
She has to pay for all the harm she's done to me.
Meanwhile, let us remain on our guard against any last-minute surprises. I know my brother well. He never prepares for war if he has no chance of winning.
Finding out that I'm a demon makes no difference.
I haven't come all this way just to fail so close to the goal.
If I'm asking you all these things, it's for your own good, you know.
You are keeping up the good work, I see. But I'm telling you, keep your guard up. Everyone is rather on edge right now.
Don't make me your competition, de Richet. You are no match.
Trust yourself. It's all already in there.
Ils m'ont rendu tous mes points. Ah non, c'est parce que je suis monté de 2 niveaux. J'étais en train de me dire, merde, j'aurais pas dû utiliser.
Dear friends, I'd like to thank you for your continued trust and confidence. I admit that during these past few days, there has been much upheaval. I understand you have all been affected by this. Nevertheless, the world doesn't stop turning, and we are in fact on the verge of reshaping the modern world.
That is what we are all here for, my lord.
Thank you for your enthusiasm, Monsieur Bonaparte. Now you all know what we have to do. I cannot warn you strongly enough. If one of Sir Gregory's guests asks to speak with you, remain on your guard. It is highly likely that he will try to rally as many supporters to his cause as he can.
Don't worry, William. We are all here to support your project through to its conclusion.
Thank you, George. Now, please, go and get some rest before the conference begins, which won't be long now. Louis, stay with me a moment, won't you? I'll be needing your services in a certain matter.
Yes, of course. What's the matter?
Louis, you are the only one here who I totally trust. It is very likely that Gregory will take possession of some of the members of our team. I shall keep them in check over the next few hours. However, I'll need you to... how can I say this? To persuade the members of Gregory's group.
What do you mean by that exactly?
You'll have free rein, my son. Persuade all of them. Use every possible means imaginable. But no physical violence. Let's be very, very clear about that. You must bring them all over to our side. One after the other.
And what if I fail?
I have faith in you, my son. Great faith. That notwithstanding, should any of them resist, we'll decide what to do afterwards. Now go, and come back and see me once you've finished.
I'll be off then.
J'ai rien à lire, moi.
So, go and take care of your mission, and come back and see me once you've accomplished it, Louis.
Putain, va falloir que je fouille tout le bâtiment encore pour les trouver. C'est un enfer.
Monsieur Jacques Perru.
Pour fouiller les portes, hein.
Dear Monsieur All right. I've retrieved everything.
Dear friend.
Yes, c'est good.
ce Napoléon Bonaparte.
Il est déjà dans mon camp, donc ça sert à rien de toute manière. Et il dit... Est-ce qu'il est là? On a fini de cuver celle-ci là.
Emily? Emily, it's me.
Come in, Louis.
I just saw that. What's that servant doing in your room?
A gift from Father.
You're joking, right?
Unfortunately not. He's worried about my health.
Oh, typical. Of course, I understand this is in no way an overreaction on his part. Anyway, I've come to see if you're better.
That's very nice of you. Thank you. I'd appreciate it if we kept our last discussion to ourselves, Louis. I'm not very proud of the state I was in.
Don't worry.
Thank you.
And did you manage to speak to Mortimer?
One moment. I'd rather continue our discussion away from any curious eyes. Follow me next door, please. You wanted to know if we spoke. Well, let's just say he didn't stick around long, but yes, I can definitely say we spoke.
Do you want to talk about it?
He urged me to change sides and join him.
Huh. That's not what I was expecting.
Yes, you can't say Father allowed himself to get sentimental.
And, well, how are you? Did you take it all right?
To be honest, I don't know. I feel like I've lost all my bearings.
And what about me then?
Do you trust him?
What exactly are you playing at?
What do you mean?
Why are you asking me all these questions?
Ah, all right. You still don't trust me, do you? You think I'm interrogating you? Look, we may as well stop right here in that case. After everything we've been through together, I can see you still don't
T'as tué
trust
ma
me.
mère quand même.
It's nothing new either. You didn't want to tell me about the relationship between Sarah and my sister when you found their letters in the tower room. Please, leave me now. I would like to be alone.
Come on, don't take it like that.
I'm asking you to leave.
Wait, you
Get
just...
out!
C'est un gros échec.
Damn it. I didn't even get a chance to talk to her about the conference.
Bon, ça commence bien.
Duke Manuel Godoy.
Le mec qui voulait me tuer. Ah non, c'était pas lui, c'était Volmer.
Duke Manuel.
De Richet.
I'm delighted to see you're standing by Lord Mortimer.
One cannot say that the situation is altogether reassuring, but I must admit, he does know what he's doing. Something tells me I've made the right choice. So, to thank you for persuading me to join you, what would you say to a nice piece of amber? I am given to understand that you collect it?
Yes. Thank you very much, sir.
Don't mention it to Issa. It is the least I can do. Good. See you at the vote.
I'll see you later.
Oh
Right.
bah, ça va, lui, ça a
Godoy
été,
is on
ça a été
board.
assez simple. Ça vous dérange si je fouille un peu votre chambre?
Prometheus, punished for stealing fire from the gods.
J'adore collectionner
and
des objets
giving
qui
it
sont
to
pas à
man.
moi. D'ailleurs, si vous avez des photos de votre femme nue, je suis preneur. Hein. Y a rien à piller. Attendez. J'arrivais à quel sens comme ça.
Huh. That's me.
Pourtant, je l'ai pas été dans ma chambre. Les objets seront-ils apparus?
Inferno by Dante. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here.
Lovely lectures Mortimer's giving to his guests. Very jolly.
Il y a de la gelée en stock.
Bien, Monsieur de Riche.
Qu'est-ce que tu fais? Bon, je fais pas les balcons. Je vais espérer que va me balader dans le froid dehors là. Et comme ça, donc le 4J qui est là.
Your Eminence, would you have a moment?
I shouldn't really, Louis, as you can imagine.
Rest assured, I come just as a friend.
All right then, Louis. But be quick.
Thank you, Your Eminence.
It's got nothing to do with it, but... You didn't come and see me in my room a few hours ago, did you?
Does he remember anything? Oh no. No, I'm sorry. You must be mistaken. I've been speaking to Lord Mortimer in his study.
I must have dreamed it then. It seems so real.
Don't blame yourself, Your Eminence. We're all exhausted. I can assure you of that.
That's very kind of you, Louis. I don't know what's wrong with me at the moment, but I feel rather fragile.
Poor man seems terrified. It'd be a good idea if I reassured him a little before trying to get him to change sides.
Oh, what did you want from me exactly?
Non! Ah non, c'est pas ça que je vais faire. Bon bah, retour menu. Et hop. Ah, je voulais lire dans ses pensées. Ah, bordel! Allez, côté, on peut pas passer là. Ouais.
Your Eminence, would you have a moment?
I shouldn't really, Louis, as you can
On
imagine.
est déjà sa personnalité, lui. Lui, il s'appelle comment, lui? Surtout pas d'érudition. Interrogatoire, ça marche bien. Les livres. Et... quoi l'interrogatoire? La patouille.
Rest assured, I come just as a friend.
All right then, Louis. But be quick.
Thank you, Your Eminence.
It's got nothing to do with it, but... You didn't come and see me in my room a few hours ago, did you?
Does he remember anything? Oh no. No, I'm sorry. You must be mistaken. I've been speaking to Lord Mortimer in his study.
I must have dreamed it then. It seems so real.
Don't blame yourself, Your Eminence. We're all exhausted. I can assure you of that.
That's very kind of you, Louis. I don't know what's wrong with me at the moment, but I feel rather fragile.
Poor man seems terrified. It'd be a good idea if I reassured him a little before trying to get him to change sides.
Oh, what did you want from me exactly?
Tell me, Your Eminence,
Oula.
do you know anything about symbols and dreams?
Come, Louis. The scriptural law rejects all divination through dreams. You ought to know that.
Of course, I wasn't suggesting that these visions were messages from God, Your Eminence. But it might be that when we rest, our mind imagines situations based on things that left an impression on it. Take your dream, for example. What did it speak of?
I'm not sure that I can speak about it.
Don't worry, Your Eminence. There's no one else here but me.
Well, I was right here, in my room, and you came to see me. Then it all became confusing. I know that Mr. von Wollner was here too. No, it's not possible.
What was he doing?
He tried to harm you.
Damn it. He does have memories of what happened. Your Eminence, you have no reason to worry, because I'm right here in front of you, in perfect
Il
health.
manque une main quand
Yes.
même. J'ai envie d'oublier ça, je
Yes,
trouve.
you are right.
You're probably just a little tired. Overworked, that's all.
That's it. Just a bit tired. Anyway, thank you for listening. Please excuse me, Louis, if I've wasted your time. You came to see me about the conference, I imagine. And here I go rambling on about I don't know what nonsense.
No need to apologize, Your Eminence. Think nothing of it.
What did you want to speak to me about?
Right. It's now or never to get him to change his mind.
Dear Lord, don't abandon me. I am your humble servant. Show me the way.
Your Eminence, the truth is, I've come to persuade you that following Sir Gregory is a serious mistake.
Louis, I'll stop you right there. I'm tired of all these political conspiracies. That is the only reason for your visit, then I'd rather we stop this discussion right away. Is there anything else I can help you with? Don't take
les
this
autres
the wrong
réponses n'allaient
way.
mener à rien. C'était
I
prémonitoire.
would
Le
like
mec
to
te
be on
dit,
my own
ouais,
just
la
now.
religion.
As I
penser que
already
les
said,
rêves,
I shouldn't even have opened the door to you. And I'm exhausted. I won't change my vote for the conference. I'm sorry for you.
Yes, I'm sorry. Please excuse me, I didn't mean to bother. I'll be on my way now. Damn it. I'll have to tell Mortimer that I didn't manage to convince Piaggi.
Chier à être immunisé contre tout, merde.
President George Washington.
Ok. On est où la chambre de Volner là?
Monsieur Johann von Wollner.
Bon, lui il voulait me buter, il va être dur à convaincre.
Why is his study in such a mess? Looks like Wollner's planning something. What a mess. Looks like Wollner was interrupted.
Il a fait tout ça.
A table of alchemical symbols. Someone circled the zinc symbol. A chemistry set. That's not surprising coming from von Wollner.
Ouh, lui il est pas dans sa chambre, super. Je sais pas où il est. Pour le coup, je vais aller sur le balcon, on sait jamais. Mais non. Il y a eu un bruit là. À cause de lui, je dois refouiller encore tout le château. Oh merde.
What can I do for you, sir? I am at your service day and night, sir.
As I was unable to bring my personal effects with me, I was wondering if you could find me a few items.
Of course, sir. What would you require?
J'ai tout déjà. Ok. Bordel, il est où, Volner?
I need to talk to Von Wohner. Blasted. Holm is with him. Gentlemen.
Louis! I'm sorry, but we're waiting for Duke Manuel. If you wouldn't mind leaving us, I should think you already have enough to do as it is.
Very well. I didn't mean to disturb you. They're waiting for Duke Manuel. No doubt to make him change sides. All right. If they want him, then they'll get him.
Ok, donc.
He'll only see Godoy. But what on earth does he want from him? Duchess Emily Hillsborough.
Bon, allez, Godoy. Il est où, lui?
Duke Manuel Godoy.
Yes, monsieur. Is there something you wanted to add?
Concentrate. I need you to listen carefully to what I have to say, Godoy.
I am all ears.
Push. I need you to do me a little favor. It's working, that's it, Louis. Get in his head.
Oh, dear. What is happening to me? I do not feel very well.
I need your help, sir. Get in his head. Oh, perfect.
Thank you, monsieur. I'm sure I'll know how to take full advantage of your vessel, now that I am Manuel.
Oula.
Duke Manuel, here you are at last.
Sir Gregory, Mr. von Wollner.
Thank you for agreeing to this meeting. I shan't beat about the bush, my friend. I was very disappointed by your behavior. I had thought you more loyal. Consequently, my affection for you leads me to ask you to reconsider one last time.
I've already reconsidered it, Sir Gregory. I shall be loyal to you when it comes to the vote. Have no doubt about it.
Excellent news indeed, my friend. Did you hear, Johann?
Yes, and it comes at a most timely moment. I anticipate an overwhelming victory.
It goes without saying to keep it to yourself. I would like to give William a nice surprise.
Whatever you say.
I'll leave you with Johann a while. I still have a few things to settle. I shan't be long.
See you later, Sir Gregory.
Oh, Godoy. Come over here. I'm warming myself up. I had the misfortune to step outside and I'm frozen solid.
I wonder what he was doing outside. Something to do with what Holm asked him for, maybe.
Mr. von Wollner, I wanted to speak to you. I'd like to make you an offer you can't refuse.
I'm all ears.
Now, we don't have much time.
Attendez, lui. Occultisme illimité. Isme symbolique comment?
So here it is. You will vote for Mortimer.
What a strange idea, Godoy. You are being ridiculous. Tell me now, why would I do that? Damn traitor is about to drop us.
Alors que quoi? Lui?
Sir Gregory has been taking us for a ride right from the start. When it comes to this operation, he isn't championing the interests of our respective nations. All he cares about is beating Lord Mortimer at his own game.
Oh, come, Manuel. Where are you getting this from?
Name me even one decision by Sir Gregory that was in favor of Prussia.
My God, man. I didn't know you were so excessive.
You don't want to answer?
I will. Just let me think.
You're pinned down. You will only get mere crumbs out of Poland. It will go to Russia. And I hope you're ready for a global war, because I doubt France will agree to our coalition.
True. Said like that. I don't know.
I'm not criticizing. I'm in the same boat as you. Spain will docilely follow Holm without getting anything in return.
You are wasting your time, Duke Manuel. You know nothing about me, and your attempts to manipulate me have no effect. You behave as though we were close. Yet ever since you arrived, you've only been interested in your own little self.
Don't say that, Johann. We may not be friends, but we are allies.
Is that so? And what do you know about me, exactly? If he knew I was Gregory's son, he wouldn't try it on like this.
About you? Next to nothing. Except that you happen to be Sir Gregory Holmes' son, right?
What? What do you mean?
Now I'm starting to be of interest to you, no?
I've never spoken to anyone about that.
Quite surprising, isn't it? You see, I'm full of surprises. In short, whether he's your father or not makes no real difference to me.
Speak for yourself.
Come on, Johann. Don't make me laugh. He has never thought of you as his son. I'd wager that you'd always hoped he would one day, even though he treated you like a master treats a useful slave. He is at best a mentor. Stop me if I'm wrong.
But, tell me, why do you want to follow Mortimer all of a sudden?
Mortimer is planning something. We don't know everything. He must have something up his sleeve to be so confident.
Ah, really? And what do you think that might be?
All of this is just a show. He has contacted all those we represent.
What do you mean?
That everything is already decided in higher spheres. William Frederick, the King of Spain, the Pope, William Pitt.
I don't understand.
Lord Mortimer has invited those who work in the wings of power to take a hand in swaying the decisions of those who actually hold. Everything is already played out. He has already won.
How is this possible?
We've all underestimated him.
He's fooled us. We're done for.
Look, it all hinges on the next few hours, Johann.
Look, I hear everything you're saying, but there is no chance that Mortimer can make us all change sides. That is why Sir Gregory can but win. You understand?
Think again. It's already too late. That clever de Richet turned them all against...
What the...
All of them. One by one, he somehow persuaded them to join Mortimer.
But... No, that's impossible.
It looks like all of us have seriously underestimated him. While we all thought he was running around after his poor mother, he was actually accomplishing the tour de force of winning us all over, one after the other. You're the only one left, Johann. I dare not imagine what Mortimer will do if he finds out you are against him, because from now on, you're on your own. Good luck.
No, no, wait. I hear you. Honestly, betraying Gregory is... well, it's unthinkable. Unless I simply don't have any choice.
Yes, he's finally cracked.
Thank you for warning me.
You're welcome. There is nothing more natural between allies. I did what I could. Now, it's up to you. As for me, I'll vote for Mortimer. Good luck to you.
Good luck.
Good. I mustn't lose too much time. See you later, my Lord Duke. Have a nice rest.
Louis, there you are. Well, tell me, how did it go?
I did my best.
Whom did you manage to persuade?
You can count on Mr. von Vollmer.
Really? Well, I must admit, I'm stunned at your success there. I truly believed he would never betray Gregory.
You can count on Duke Manuel's vote.
Now I am impressed. I would never have thought the Duke would have yielded. I see you must have been very persuasive. I see. So we are going to lose the vote.
Father, I'm sorry,
No, I should never have let you... It's my fault. I thought you would be able to accomplish this tour de force, but clearly you weren't ready. What an idiot I've been. Never mind. Let's forget the conference. Now I have to prepare for what's coming next. Louis, leave me if you will. My friends, here we are at last, gathered together to close this conference. I would first of all like to thank you all for making the time to be here and lend your services. Gregory, I believe I may speak for both of us when I say that we are honored by your presence here.
You are perfectly right to do so, William. Thank you for putting your faith in us and for coming here to participate in this conference. Thank you for helping us to make the best decisions. And I especially want to thank you, William, for perfectly hosting us at your home during these past several days.
I'm not sure all the guests would agree to that. In any case, Holm doesn't seem to be himself.
Good. I think we can begin. You will vote in turn on the question that interests us today. Are you for or against The transfer of ownership of Louisiana from Spain to France. Monsieur de Richet?
I vote for.
Duchess Hillsborough?
Against.
Duke Manuel?
For.
Your Eminence?
Against.
Monsieur Napoleon?
For.
Mr. von Volner?
For.
What? Gregory, please refrain from interrupting the voting. You know the rules, brother. President Washington?
For.
The votes are now cast. So you were not won over by my project. That hurts.
I warned you. You didn't want to listen to me.
Never mind. It will still come to pass.
Traitor! What have you done? You are obliged to respect your word. That is the rule.
The time of conferences is over, dear brother. Let us abandon all this charade.
You don't have the right. What have you done to me?
What have I done? Nothing, Gregory. You did it yourself. A word of advice. In the future, that is, if you have one, don't drink someone else's cup of tea without checking what's in it.
Father, what happened? Sir Gregory, what's the matter? William, what have you done?
Not now.
You are mad, William. I will punish you for this.
He will probably try, unless I get to him first.
But I cannot die.
No, you cannot die. You are, however, losing all sense of reason, as well as all your special abilities.
What did I drink?
Can't you guess? There are but few things that can have such an effect on such as we. You would know that if you ever ventured even a little way off of Father's beaten track.
Revenge!
Oh, no, my dear Gregory. You will not be taking any revenge. You will die stupidly, alone, enclosed in that rather withered body. After several centuries of near absolute power, here you find yourself on your hands and knees, hoping in vain that someone is going to help you. Tell me, what does that feel like? Never happened to me. Can't be good. You cannot leave your body, you cannot project yourself elsewhere, you cannot even contact Father. Go ahead, try. But you are my brother, so I ask you to remember that all this is your own fault. And I want you to understand I get absolutely no pleasure out of it. Well, very little.
You swine!
A new order is born today, brother. Enough of Father's hegemony. After all these years of servitude, I can finally stand up and oppose it. You chose to serve him, whatever his excesses. Now it's up to you to face the consequences of that choice.
Matt, I am stronger than you.
Je vais pencher le vote, non. Alors. Plus en manipulation, d'accord, j'ai que 4 points.
happening? Am I dreaming or...
Louis, it's me, Gregory. Listen, we don't have much time.
But where are we?
Louis, I brought us here. You must act swiftly. I can't hold out for long. William has poisoned me. He must have used the blood of a former demon. I am no longer able to enter the body of someone else. The poison is gnawing away at me from the inside. I'm going to die, Louis.
But where are we?
In the ether. What you see is not real. It's only a mental projection created by my spirit. I'm occupying William's spirit at the moment, but I'm not going to be able to keep it up forever. Join me, Louis. Otherwise, all will be lost.
Yes. Yes, I'll join you.
Find a way. Hurry.
I must find them quickly.
Beneath your compassion, we take refuge, O Mother of God.
Good God, I can't even move. But Louis can. What's happening?
Dear God, if I lose the war against France, I will be doomed.
I sense that something is happening, but history will remember me. And the
I deserve
sacrifices
a
I
great destiny, and I will let nothing, nor no one, stand in the way of my dream.
Voilà. Qu'est-ce que tu fais, mec? Faut que j'aille dehors, hein.
But there must be a way.
Sarah? Is that you?
Louis? Louis, can you hear me? I'm here, Louis. Can you see me?
Of course, but I don't understand.
Oh, merciful heaven. You can see me.
Yes,
Louis, I don't know what's happening, but you must help me.
Look, just calm down.
I can't see you, Louis.
I'm here right in front of you.
No, I can't see you. The caves are deserted. I can't leave, Louis. Help me.
You died.
Died? No! What are you talking about? Look, I am right here.
We're not on the case.
Yes, we are. I haven't moved.
I promise you. I wish you were right, but you're not. It would seem that we're in what they call the ether.
Their world of spirits. I was sure it existed.
The poor woman is completely losing touch with reality. What you see is not real.
I daren't try understand. Am I condemned?
Look, neither of us know anything about this situation, really.
Help me, Louis. You are the first one, the only one to see me, to speak to me. Without you, I'll never get out of here. Don't leave me like this, I beg you.
Me neither. For the moment, I'm stuck here too. After all, you're the cult expert. You must have some idea. You tell me.
Not a single one. I won't stand for this. No, this is simply impossible. I must focus on a solution. But how come you can move around?
I'm not dead.
I don't understand.
I think there are many things that you don't understand.
It doesn't matter. I trust you. You are going to help me, aren't you?
I must be getting on. I can't stay much longer.
Louis, I beseech you. Promise you're going to help me.
Of course I'm going to help you, Mother.
Thank you, Louis. I trust you. Thank you.
Ouais, enfin, bon, elle a quand même montré ma mère, hein, donc je vais peut-être pas l'aider.
What am I doing here now? Nothing seems real.
You're nothing but a coward.
What a bunch of amateurs you are. Please, keep calm.
What on earth is going on here? I don't understand a thing.
Louis, don't waste any time. Appease them. My thoughts are becoming confused. Help me. Be quick.
Yes, not a minute to lose.
C'est dans l'affinité.
God damn it. I don't understand a thing. I'm doomed.
Stay with me, Louis. We must take Al-Azif back from him.
One thing is for sure. My mother and Volnor have the same objective. To find that book. They're following the same trail and must be close to each other.
God damn it. I don't understand a thing. I'm doomed.
I won't let him attack his brother.
That's not really Elizabeth, it's another demon. Who wants to protect home from Mortimer. On a symbolic level, he should be placed between the two of them. I need to keep an eye on them.
Whatever happens, I trust him, and only him. I must take the book back to him.
One thing is for sure. My mother and Volnor have the same objective. To find that book. They're following the same trail and must be close to each other.
I can count on my father and my son to defend me. Yes. But will they make it in time?
That's not really Elizabeth, it's another demon. Who wants to protect home from Mortimer. On a symbolic level, he should be placed between the two of them.
He wants to isolate me again.
That's not really Elizabeth, it's another demon. Who wants to protect home from Mortimer. On a symbolic level, he should be placed between the two of them.
God damn it. I don't understand a thing. I'm doomed.
Emma is completely lost. She needs to be close to her sister. As for Emily, well, she no longer trusts anyone. Apart from me, that is. I have to stay by her side.
Ouais, bah je l'avais presque. Hein. Donc juste ça en fait.
Looks like I've succeeded. They've all disappeared.
Louis, it's worked. But don't waste any time.
Yes, I'm coming.
At least as soon as I found the exit.
Is anyone there? I can hear you. I know you were there. Help me. Help!
What? What are you doing here?
You? It wasn't enough for you to let me be killed. You had to come here and start babbling away at me. Fool! You couldn't have stopped her from shooting, could you?
Wait, Emma, you're the one who passed yourself off as Emily. You decided you wanted to play with us.
You pushed your sister to the edge, and now this is the result. It's got nothing to do with me.
I only wanted to exist for one brief moment. Spending my life in her shadow, being her double, it wasn't enough. I must have taken up too much room again.
That's not what I said.
Only appearing to carry out the basest of chores. How ungrateful of me to want to exist, to make my own choices. It suits you to think that it's all my fault. Be that as it may, Louis, we have no time to lose. Help me, please.
What on earth is she talking about? Come on, you're dead.
No, there's got to be a solution. I am made of the same stuff as you. I already survived a gunshot at point-blank range. I will survive this. Help me. I'll go mad if I stay here any longer. I must have been here several months. I stopped counting from... Hang on, what are you doing here? Are you dead?
No. Sir Gregory brought my spirit here, but I must get back as soon as possible.
So you should be able to help me.
Emma, I have no idea of what's going on. How do you expect me to help you?
There must be a way. I beg you, promise you will help me, Louis.
All right, calm down. I'll do everything I can to get you out of here.
Thank you, Louis. I knew you were a good man.
Right. I must get going now. Just stay calm. Everything will work out fine.
Louis! No! Don't leave me! Louis! Filthy
Je n'ai aucune intention de t'aider.
I must be quick.
My memories. I'm losing my sense of... Louis? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Pick up the thread of my thoughts, Louis. Of my memories. Make haste! And coincidentally, who arrives at the same time as Emily?
This is about my arrival.
I didn't
as well as Emily's.
And coincidentally, who arrives at the same time as Emily? And coincidentally, who arrives at the same time as Emily?
Allez, grillez.
And coincidentally, who arrives at the same time as Emily?
This memory is important, but it's as if there's something missing. There must be an order to this.
And the cherry on the cake is I drank his cursed tea.
The blood that Mortimer used is deadly poison for a demon. Home won't survive it. Oh, it's over for him. He's finished.
And the cherry on the cake is I drank his cursed tea. He knew I would drink it. The rascal knows me better than I do myself. And the cherry on the cake is I drank his cursed tea.
I should come back to this later.
And the cherry on the cake is I drank his cursed tea. I must speak to you. He allowed me to bring Emily. He allowed me to bring Emily back again to this conference, supposedly to find her sister, whereas Emma hadn't even disappeared yet. The poor wretch was shot as her sister was setting foot on the island. I should have understood that earlier.
It's about my first vision on the island, the day of my arrival. This could be the beginning of the story, yet Holmes is talking about bringing Emily back again, so there must have been something before this.
Tableau là, c'est chiant.
France, so much effort.
Analysis is correct, but there's no link to what interests me here.
France, so much effort, so much wasted time. From Charles Martel to the wars of religion. I simply did not consider Protestantism to be a real threat, and that was my greatest mistake. My faith in Father and the Catholic Church that he administered made me blind. I can see that now. I lost France through 100 years of war. France, so much effort, so much waste.
That's not the right direction. I must concentrate on the important memories, the ones that led home into this situation.
It was a trap right from the start.
Previous conference? That's when Mortimer started putting his plan into action. That's how this whole thing began.
At the previous conference 3 years ago, I'm sure he already knew I would
This is
bring
the first event that brought home here. Oh yeah, I'm on the right track.
I recalled Sparta. And when Elizabeth disappeared, No, it's not possible. I couldn't have missed that. Not me. He cut me off from our father, and I didn't say a word.
Elizabeth's presence was crucial for Holm. If she was still here, he'd still be alive. This memory is important without a shadow of a doubt. It took place after my arrival with Emily and Cardinal Biaggi, but well before I found out the truth about my nature.
He feeds Louis.
So Holmes seems certain that Mortimer has been using me, but I get the impression that he's only had this vision recently. It's one of the last ones he had.
He feeds Louis, and I continue to see nothing. He stuffed his poor son with an occult knowledge that we usually take months to give to our children, and Louis is only trying his best to get by. He doesn't realize he's being led to the slaughter. I recalled Sparta, and when Elizabeth disappeared, I recalled Sparta. It was a trap right from the start. France,
Ça.
so much effort,
Hop là-bas.
so much waste.
Qu'est-ce que tu fais? Allez.
He's coming! He allowed me to bring Emily back again. To this conference. Supposedly to find her.
I'm on the right track here.
And coincidentally, who arrives at the same time as Emily?
I'm getting closer to him.
And the cherry on the cake is I drank his cursed tea. And the cherry on the cake is I drank his cursed tea. He allowed me to bring Emily back again to this conference. His children are gathered together? Yes, France. Yeah. So much effort, so much wasted time.
Je sais pas où est le souvenir là, il y a un truc qui m'a parlé là. Un truc par là? Ah oui, il y a un truc par là. J'ai pas lu celui-là.
Ah, Charles François. What an adventure. Dear Countess Dunelstein, what a pity you disappointed me. Dear Countess Dunelstein. What a pity you disappointed me. Managed to swindle Lafayette for the damage he did to the Western monarchies. So full of remorse once it was done, I don't really regret making you steal the necklace and end up in a convent.
Ça.
Dear Countess Dunostar, what a pity. He allowed me to bring Emily back again to this conference. Louis! France, so much effort, so much wasted time. It was a trap right from the start. It was a trap right from the start. I recall Sparta. And when Elizabeth disappeared, He cut me off from our father, and I didn't say a word. And when Elizabeth disappeared, He feeds Louis, and I continue to see nothing. He stuffed his poor son with an occult knowledge that we...
Getting to the end here.
I recall Sparta. France, so much effort, so much And the cherry on the cake. And the cherry on the cake is I drank his cursed tea. He trapped me. He poisoned me to stop me from being able to leave this body. He cut off all communication with Father and brought his children here. How could I not have seen it earlier? He's going to absorb me. A traitor! No one can stop him now. Hurry, Louis. I absolutely must see you before it's too late. If you have managed to follow my thoughts, come to me! Quickly! Louis, hurry! He's coming!
What's happening?
I can sense him. He's here. He's trying to get inside me, Louis. William has completely lost his mind. He's getting ready to pull out all the stops. He's going to devour my mind, Louis. I'm not going to be able to stop him.
Louis, you are here. I sense your presence.
What? But he can't even see me.
Congratulations, my son. You have succeeded in joining us.
Louis, don't let him draw you in there. You are signing your death warrant if you decide to follow him. I won't be there to protect you.
It's over, my son. We have won. A new order can be born.
Louis, I'm so weak. I can feel him entering. I can no longer keep him out. He's coming.
He's here.
I can. Can you see him?
He's here. He's coming closer to you.
Where? Louis. I don't want to just disappear. He's inside my mind. I can feel him crushing me.
He's just in front of you. I'm so sorry, brother. There's nothing you can do to stop me now. You made your choice, and you have lost.
I was wrong about him from the very beginning. He's mad. He must be stopped. You can still do something, Louis. Don't let him get away with all this so easily. I implore you.
I'm sorry, Uncle, but I've decided to follow Father.
But how can you trust him?
He's my father, and there's so much he has to show me. I'm not responsible for what happened to you. That's your business, the two of you.
You are just as mad as he is, Louis. You'll end up just like him.
It's over, brother. Don't fight it.
You will be punished for this.
Perhaps, but you won't be there to see it, will you?
You will be punished!
Bouquin.
Where am I?
It's all right, son. Don't panic. It's over.
I'm back? Where are the guests?
I invited them to go up to their rooms. They're resting. Don't worry.
Gregory?
We won, Louis. It's over.
He's dead?
Definitively. Now the way is clear. At any rate, rejoice. Great things await us.
What did you do to him?
I devoured his soul.
But I didn't see you use the Holy Lance.
Indeed not. I didn't need to. Can't you guess how I did it? The Lance of Longinus is just a vessel, Louis. It could have been any object that had the blood of Christ on it. The blood of an ancient, more precisely. But I didn't need the blood of an ancient. You see, I have been in dear Lord Mortimer's physical body for longer than my brother has been in Sir Gregory Holmes. Therefore, I am an ancient, Louis.
He was your brother. Why did you kill him? He never meant you any harm.
Oh, Louis, I am exhausted. Let's talk about this later.
No, tell me why now. I want to understand.
Stubborn as a mule. After centuries of trying to convince him, I assure you I had no other option than to do away with him. He would never have allowed me to depose our father. In the past, he had already opposed me, and sometimes very violently. He seemed to you like a man of peace, because you did not represent any danger to him. But I can assure you, he was not. With anything to do with our father, he would be merciless. In any case, what's done is done. I'm going to rest in the dining room. Join me there when you're ready. The time has come to...
Juste encore une minute.
end this little antisocial gathering.
I did well not to follow home, didn't I? Come on, let's get it over with and join Mortimer in the dining room.
J'irais bien me coucher. Le souci étant que je sais que c'est bientôt la fin du jeu, dans le dernier chapitre. Et que l'intérêt de lancer un stream pour le dernier chapitre qui va durer quoi, 30 minutes, 1 heure. On va le finir maintenant.
Right, now's the time to join Mortimer. I won't be able to go back after... Here we go.
On le dit bien, c'est la dernière ligne droite.
Louis, I was expecting you.
Do you feel better?
Yes, don't worry, I'll be all right. I wanted to speak with you about what's going to happen next. But before we begin, I would like you to give me back the Holy Lance, please. Now that Gregory is gone, you won't be needing it anymore, and I prefer to put it back in its place.
I no longer have it. Didn't Monsieur Bonaparte give it back to you?
No. So, the rascal stole it from you, did he?
It's not something I'm proud to admit, but yes. He thought I was trying to rob you, and that it would compromise the conference.
How typical of him. This conference will have been one of the most eventful I've ever known.
I'll just have to take your word for it.
Before I get to why we're here, you must know that I've been watching you very closely over these past few days. I won't hide the fact that I was disappointed that you did not succeed in saving Jacques Peroux. You handled that situation very badly. As far as the door of my crypt is concerned, it is a pity that you lost your hand while trying to open it. You succeeded in telling the Hillsborough twins apart. Even for me, that wasn't an easy thing to do at first. I remain proud of what you achieved for me by falsifying that letter to the Pope on behalf of Piaggi, because I know that was not an easy task. But the important thing is that you escaped the worst with Volner, because he could have killed you when you were in the guise of Piaggi.
Yes, it was a bit touch and go.
Which leads me to a chat about what I envisage for you now. You are the chosen one, Louis. The one I've been waiting for all this time.
Thank you,
We are going to be able to become one.
I don't quite follow you.
Be proud of yourself, son, for you are the one I have chosen to be my next mortal coil.
What about me? Am I imagining things, or did he just tell me to my face that he's going to eat me?
Unfortunately, no, you won't survive the transfer. But I want you to know that I only select my bodies from my own children, and that you are the one who has impressed me most. It's far from being my first time, as you can imagine. I didn't think it was possible to find a more promising son than dear Augustus. You can be very proud of yourself.
Wait a second, hang on. Do you realize what you're saying? Are you insane?
Oh, come, my son. Let's not end everything on a bad note, please.
Son of a bitch! He's not going to get away with this so easily. I won't let you do it.
What on earth are you thinking? That you'll be able to kill me? This is ridiculous, Louis. Come now, be reasonable. Don't fight.
Ah bah merde.
I won.
Tout ça pour ça. J'ai vraiment bien fait de continuer à jouer parce que c'était même pas 30 minutes là. À moins que...
Von Vollner tightened his political and spiritual grip on King Frederick William. On the death of the king in 1797, Johann retired with his wife to his country estate in order to continue his work on his theological and alchemical thesis. Manuel Godoy's close relationship with Napoleon enabled him to claim a part of Portugal, as well as the protection of France upon the fall of the kingdom. He died in the company of his beloved mistress Pepita after recovering all his titles and properties. Napoleon Bonaparte continued his political and military rise until his self-proclamation as emperor. His excessive ambition would cost the lives of 1,700,000 Frenchmen and leave France poorer and weaker than ever before. Deported and imprisoned by the British on St. Helena Island, he died on the 5th of May, 1821, as an exile to general indifference. During his second term, George Washington had to deal with a number of rebellions. He enraged public opinion by building close diplomatic links with Great Britain, which forced him to give up a third term in office. He retired to his country estate until his death, without being able to implement the annexation of the highly coveted Louisiana Territory. The Duchess, through her relationship with the Crown, made it possible for Great Britain to build closer links to the United States on both the diplomatic and the commercial fronts. She became inseparable from the Marchioness Cunningham, reputed for being the most influential mistress of King George IV of England, and whom she inducted into the Golden Order. His Eminence Piaggi, having successfully accomplished his mission, returned to His Holiness the Pope with full honors. Although all his ambitions had become possible, to the stupefaction of his entourage, the cardinal preferred to retire to his Tuscan monastery, far from all political and diplomatic commitments. Fascinated by the techniques of exorcism and demonology, he dedicated the last years of his life to the study of Inquisition reports. Nothing more was ever heard of Lord Mortimer. His sudden disappearance was a topic of conversation in the European courts, but only for a few months.
Et voilà, fin du jeu. Du coup, bonne nuit à tous, et je vous retrouve dans 2 jours. Ciao.